juga.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Oscar. I am the first chair of AICoBPA, Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration was founded in 2018 by Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. In only about 3 months of preparations, we successfully conducted the first AICoBPA with the topic, the challenge and prospect of business and public administration in Industry 4.0. The conference attracted 119 papers and speakers from 8 different countries and various regions across Indonesia. Finally, 64 papers accepted by the editors for the publications in conference proceeding with the Atlantis Press. Now, we already conduct the third AICoBPA. We hope in the future we will continuously organize the next AICoBPA because we believe AICoBPA will contribute to the development of science, particularly in administrative science. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hi everyone, my name is Caci Rudamayanti, the chairwoman of AICoBPA 2019. The second AICoBPA was held on October 2019 at the Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. At that time, AICoBPA chose the theme Advancing Business and Public Administrations in the Era of Innovation, Priority, Risk, and Opportunity. This theme represents the idea to create an integration between business and public administration, how these two fields collaborate to contribute significantly to the body of knowledge as well as to provide solutions to social problems. The keynote speaker were Bapak Sandiaga Uno, as a businessman and also the politicians, and Bapak Khairul Mulu as IAPA representative. There were 6 speakers which were professors from reputable universities from 5 countries. There are New Zealand, China, Australia, South Korea, as well as Indonesia. The number of participants who attend the event were 250 people from 10 countries, and this conference has attracted 112 authors from 6 countries. Upon completion of the review process, only 10 papers that has been successfully approved by the editors for entering the publication in the Australasia Accounting, Business and Finance Journal, which is indexed by Scopus Q2. The other articles that has been presented and reviewed were published on the Web of Science Index proceeding.
In the end of 2019, the world is facing one of the great non-natural disasters caused by the spread of a coronavirus disease. Many countries have been forced to adapt to the new habits, new patterns of life, and new values. In these uncertainty conditions, Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya still have a great willingness to give a contribution to the society by presenting AICoBPA 2020. The AICoBPA 2020 invites all scientists and professionals from various fields related to business and public administration around the world to share the idea related to the current conditions. From August to October 2020, 40 committees members are worked hard to organize and realizing the AICoBPA 2020. I'm sure that you will have fruitful and rewarding exchange in this event. My name is Asti Amelia Novita. I'm the chairwoman of AICoBPA 2020. Welcome to the 3rd Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will be commencing in a few minutes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting of peace from me to all of you. I would like to say good morning from Indonesia, and we are delighted to welcome you to the 3rd Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is presented by Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya of Indonesia. And I am Dewa Madehari Bastila, will be the Master of Ceremony in this webinar today. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Bapak Profesor Dr. Nufil Hanani ARMS as Rector of Universitas Brawijaya and all Vice Rectors of Universitas Brawijaya, all Deans of Faculty in Universitas Brawijaya, Bapak Profesor Dr. Bambang Supriyono MS as Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya, and all Vice Deans of Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. Bapak Associate Professor Yusril Abdillah Esos MSI PhD as Vice Dean of Academic Affairs of Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. Ibu Associate Professor Dr. Hamidah Nayati Utami MSI as Vice Dean of Finance Affairs of Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. Bapak Muhammad Rozikin MAP as Vice Dean of Student Affairs of Faculty of Administrative Science Universitas Brawijaya. Bapak Profesor Dr. Muhammad Al-Musaddiq MBA as Head of Business Administration Department of Faculty of Administrative Science Universitas Brawijaya. Bapak Associate Profesor Andi Fepta Wijaya MPA PhD as Head of Public Administration Department of Faculty of Administrative Science Universitas Brawijaya. Bapak Profesor Dr. Kusdira Harjo DEA as Chairperson of AIABI Asosiasi Ilmu Administrasi Bisnis Indonesia. Bapak Profesor Agus Pramusinto as Chairperson of IAPA, Indonesia Association for Public Administration. Ibu Asti Amelia Novita PhD as Chairperson of AICoBPA 2020. I also would like to say thank you to all honorable professors and lecturers in Faculty of Administrative Science and to all presenters and participants of this webinar and conference. Ladies and gentlemen, to open our webinar today, there will be a dua recital that led by Bapak Rendra Eko Wismanu SAP MAP. Please welcome Bapak Rendra Eko Wismanu SAP MAP.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good day everyone and best wishes for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, please let's have a minute silence. We sing for the good of this event and allow me to guide according to the guidance of Islam. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim, praise be to God, the Lord of the world. Peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. On this blessed day, the third AICoBPA will begin. We beseech thee, the grateful, toward you in favor of all the infinite blessing to us, to live in a safe and prosperous life. May you bless the event from the beginning till the end. Ya Latif, Ya Rahman, please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide us to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in the world and the hereafter. Make us responsible intellectually as well as socially. Granted us with a valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind to gain your marzatillah. Ya Munzilal Barokat, bestow peace to all of us. Preserve us from any threat and disaster. Ya Allah, we ask for security and prosperity upon us, our leaders, and our country. Bestow patience in us to face the challenges from you. Please accept our deeds and please reward us accordingly. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Rendra Eko Wismanu SAP MAP. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to Indonesia National Anthem by Administrasi Choir. For your information, Administrasi Choir is group choir of Faculty of Administrative Science Universitas Brawijaya that have achieved many awards, such as First Place Chamber Choir category, Second Place Mixed Choir category, Best Performance or Rumalt Twarzowski Composition, Singapore International Choral Festival 2019 on August 2019, they got first place and gold medal in Mixed Choir category, second place and gold medal in Folklore category, and Grand Prix finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Administratio Choir.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu ibuku. Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita berseru, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Thank you, Administratio Choir. Now we are proceeding to the first session, that is opening. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to listen to the first opening speech that will be delivered by the chairperson of the third AICoBPA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ibu Asti Amelia Novita, PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Bapak Profesor Dr. Nufil Hanania RMS, the Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science, Bapak Profesor Bambang Supriyono MS, all of the Vice Deans of Faculty of Administrative Science, the Chairperson of Indonesian Association for Public Administration, Profesor Agus Pramusinto, the Chairperson of Asosiasi Ilmu Administrasi Bisnis Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Gusti Raharjo, our keynote speakers, Bapak Insinyur Haji Suharso Monoarfa, as Minister of National Development Planning of Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Masyita Kristalin MA PhD, as an expert staff of Fiscal and Macroeconomics Planning, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Our speakers, Professor Alex Brilliantes Jr. PhD, as the speakers at Day 1 from University of Philippines, Professor Gi Hoon Kwon PhD, as a speaker at Day 1 from Sungkyukwon University, South Korea, Associate Professor Dr. Asman Mat Isa PhD, as a speaker at Day 1 from UETM Malaysia, Professor Malcolm G.M. Cooper, PhD, as the speaker at Day 2 from Ritsumeikan University, Japan, Associate Professor Ferry G., PhD, as the speaker at Day 2 from Edith Cowan University, Australia, Associate Professor Sadap Halil, as the speaker at Day 2 from National Donghua University, Taiwan, and Associate Professor Andi Feftawijaya, PhD, as the speaker at Day 1 from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia, Associate Professor Muhammad Khalid Mawardi, SOS MSE PhD, as the speaker at Day 2 from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia, all of the Civitas Academica of Faculty of Administrative Science, all of the presenters and participants, all of the committees of the 3rd AICoBPA 2020. First of all, let us praise to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing, we can organize today's agenda well. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to welcome you to the 3rd Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administrations. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude for your presence in this opening ceremony as the gateway to the initiations to this event. This year of 2020, in concordance with the 60th anniversary of Faculty of Administrative Science Universitas Brawijaya, we are proudly to present AICoBPA 2020. AICoBPA is one of the major annual events held by Faculty of Administrative Science Universitas Brawijaya as a form of contributions to the development of public administration and business administration, and at the same time contribute to solving national and global problems. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since December 2019, the coronavirus has swept through all regions of the world. COVID-19 has wreaked havoc everywhere and shows no sign of entirely abating. Today, many places have been struggling to adapt the new system called the new normal. The purpose of creating this event is to accommodate the scientific idea and innovation through the administrative science perspective as a response toward COVID-19 issues. Therefore, AICoBPA 2020 comes with the theme Governing Risk and Uncertainty as a challenge for public and business administrations in the new normal. AICoBPA 2020 has two important events. There are webinars and conferences that are delivered online. In the webinar, AICoBPA invites 11 speakers from several countries. Thank you very much for all of the speakers of your willingness for sharing your valuable knowledge with our event. The AICoBPA 2020 also accommodates two main topics in the parallel sessions of the conference in the framework of business administrations and public administrations. The topic for the parallel sessions on the business administrations is related to the business transformations to adapt and increase competitiveness in the new normal. And for public administrations is related to the strategic and inclusive policies for enhancing performance in the new normal. We are happy as only in this third year, the AICoBPA received a lot of appreciations. AICoBPA received more than 125 great papers to be presented from 7 different countries: Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Myanmar, China, Gambia, and Poland, and more than 500 participants registered. I'm grateful to the many experts who have come to share their knowledge in this event. I also welcome to the many representatives of governments, academicians, and practitioners who have joined us. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the chairperson of the committee, I would like to express my gratitude to all of the committee's members who have struggled and devoted all of their energy, time, and thought to make this event a success. The process of holding the AICoBPA 2020 has its own challenge compared to the previous years with the presence of the pandemic. The committee is required to adapt quickly to be able to present the best international conference for all of you through the online system. Without hard effort and good cooperations, this event will not run smoothly as you are seeing right now. Therefore, as the chairman of the committee, I'm very proud of what the committees have done. Thank you very much. I'm sure you will have fruitful and rewarding exchange in this event. I wish you every success with this important conference, and I look forward to learning about the outcome. Once more, welcome to the AICoBPA 2020. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the second opening speech will be delivered by the chairperson of IAPA. Please welcome Bapak Profesor Agus Pramusinto.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Dr. Novil Hanani, MS, Dean of the Faculty of Administrative Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Dr. Bambang Suryono, all keynote speakers and plenary speakers, Chairperson of the committee, Dr. Asti Amelia Novita, and the committee members of AICoBPA. Chairperson of IABI, Professor Dr. Kusdi Raharjo, all presenters and participants. It is an honor for me to welcome all AICoBPA participants coming from many countries who are attending the webinar conducted by the Faculty of Administrative Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya. Congratulations to all presenters who have been selected to present their research at the third AICoBPA 2020. It is a great opportunity for public administration scholars to share and exchange ideas. On behalf of the Indonesian Association for Public Administration, I would like to congratulate the Faculty of Administrative Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya, which has been very successful in conducting this prestigious webinar. As we all know, our webinar topic today is governing risk and uncertainty as the challenges of public and business administration in the new normal. This topic is very relevant with the conditions we are facing. In this situation, we have to be adaptive and agile in order to cope with various problems. We hope that our webinar today can bring about solutions relevant with our political and cultural context. And today, there are many distinguished speakers in this great webinar. In this moment, let me thank you to the keynote speakers. First, Your Excellency Insinyur Haji Suharto Monoarfa, the Minister of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. Second, Ms. Maisita Kusteling, representing the Minister of Finance, and she is an expert staff of Fiscal and Macroeconomics Planning, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Appreciation also goes to those who will be speaking in our plenary sessions. Professor Alec Brilante from the University of the Philippines, Professor Ki Hyun Kwon from Sung Kyun Kwan University, Korea, Professor Azman Mat Isa from UITM Malaysia, Professor Malcolm J.M. Cooper from Ritsumeikan University, Japan, Professor Ferry Ji from Edith Cowan University, Australia, Professor Sadab Khalil from National Donghua University, Taiwan, and then Professor Andi Feftawijaya from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia, and also the last one, Professor M. Khalid Mawardi from Universitas Brawijaya. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the annual International Conference on Public and Business Administration is the icon of the Faculty of Administrative Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya. It has been officially held for 3 times since 2018. The theme we chose is intended to strengthen our commitment to the development of administrative science. We can develop our research and publication. We can also develop our government's public policies. As the chairman of the Indonesian Association for Public Administration, I would also like to make further collaboration with colleagues participating in this webinar, such as those who come from Korea, Malaysia, Japan, the Philippines, Australia, and Taiwan. Strengthening collaboration among public administration scholars is needed to help our governments improve the quality of policy and public services. Thank you very much and enjoy the webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Profesor Agus Pramusinto, for the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the next opening speech will be delivered by the chairperson of IAB. Please welcome Bapak Profesor Dr. Kusdi Rarjo, DEA.
His Excellency Rektor Universitas Brawijaya, Profesor Nufil Hanani, Dean Faculty of Administrative Science Universitas Brawijaya, Profesor Bambang Supriyono, guest speakers, presenters, and committee of the third Annual International Conference of Business and Public Administrations. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes to all of us. First of all, as the chairman of the Indonesia Associations of Business Administrations, we call it as AICoBPA, I would like to thank the committee for trusting AICoBPA as a partner in organizing this conference. We have all suffered from the impact of the coronavirus 19 pandemic. It has also impacted this conference. This conference, which is usually used as a forum for knowledge sharing and networking, by interacting directly with each other, has to be held online. The health and business sectors are some of the most severely impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. Nearly all business sectors are affected by the pandemic, and in certain sectors, business activities have stopped running entirely, such as hospitality and transportation. Business model which has been proven to be successful has been settled in just a matter of months, powerless even just to sustain life. The coronavirus pandemic presents its own challenge for academic and researchers who attend and gather at this forum this morning. We are encountering a situation in which we have to find the solutions to a problem faced by everybody in this planet. Business and public studies are like two sides of a coin, two inseparable disciplines. Business organizations operate in a complex environment, of which one of the elements is government policy. Business actors, researchers, and academics must understand the impact the public policy has on the business sectors and vice versa. The AICoBPA conference discussing both business and public discipline is very relevant in the current pandemic conditions. Hopefully, this conference will be able to discover new findings and thoughts that can be used to overcome the problems caused by COVID-19. Congratulations on the conference. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala always bless us. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Profesor Dr. Kusdi Rarjo DIE for the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the next opening speech that will be delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Profesor Dr. Bambang Supriyono, MS.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Profesor Dr. Nufil Hanani, ARMS. Chairperson of the third Annual International Conference on Public and Business Administrations, Asti Amelia Novita SAP MAP PhD. Stand up, please. Chairpersons of Indonesian Association for Public Administrations, Profesor Agus Pramusinto. Chairperson of Asosiasi Ilmu Administrasi Bisnis Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Kusdira Harjo. Profesor Padil Muhammad, all of the Vice Deans of Administrative Science Faculty, all of the Civitas Academica at Administrative Science Faculty, Universitas Brawijaya, all of the keynote speakers and plenary speakers, all of the presenters and participants, and all of the committees, third AICoBPA 2020. We are pleased to welcome you to the third Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration 2020. Congratulations to all presenters whose papers have been selected in this conference. Like the previous AICoBPA conference, this year conference has also attracted numerous participants from all of the world. This year is special as it is our first conference which is completely conducted on a digital platform in accordance with the social distancing norms due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is our pleasure to welcome all the keynotes and plenary speakers who have come here to share their valuable knowledge and vast experience. Bapak Insinyur Haji Suharso Manoarfa, as the Minister of National Development Planning of Republik of Indonesia. Ibu Masita Kristalin MA PhD, as an expert staff of Fiscal and Macroeconomics Planning, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Professor Alex B. Brilliantes, Junior PhD, as the speakers at Day 1 from University of Philippines. Professor Ki Hyun Kwon, PhD, as the speakers at Day 1 from Sungkyuan University, Korea. Associate Professor Dr. Asman Mat Isa, PhD, as the speakers at Day 1 from UITM, Malaysia. Professor Malcolm J.M. Cooper, PhD, as the speakers at Day 2 from Ritsumeikan University, Japan. Associate Professor Ferry G. PhD, as the speakers at Day 2 from Edith Cowan University, Australia. Associate Professor Sadab Khalil as the speakers at Day 2 from National Donghua University, Taiwan. Associate Professor Andi Fepta Wijaya, PhD. Today, he is Head of Department of Public Administration. The speaker at Day 1 from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. Stand up please, Pak Andi. Associate Professor Muhammad Khalid Mawardi, SOS MSc PhD, as the speakers at Day 2 from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the annual International Conference on Business and Public Administrations has been conducted since 2018. The conference has invited scientists and practitioners to contribute their ideas, findings, and recommendations to solve problems in the area of business and public administration. The first AICoBPA theme was the challenge and prospect of business and public administration in the Industry 4.0. The theme of the second AICoBPA was advancing business and public administration in the age of innovation, priorities, risks, and opportunities. This year, conference theme is governing risk and uncertainty for public and business administration in the new normal, because today there are COVID-19. In line with the mission of faculty to increase the number and quality of research in the area of business and public administrations, we are proud to conduct the third AICoBPA 2020. We hope that this conference can be showcase of the current development of business and public administration and provide further insight in the following areas. First, in today's dynamic environment, the capability to adapt to the ever-changing environment become very critical. Leaders of both business and public organizations should be able to understand the situational context to enable to develop the capability of effectively adjust their organization on the demand of the dynamic external environment. Organizations can adopt technical and administrative innovation in order to be competitive and survive in the dynamic environment. Technical innovation change an organization's core productive system, including products, process, and technologies used to produce product or render services. In contrast, administrative innovation change an organization management system pertaining to organizational structure, administrative processes, and human resource. The successful adoption of new innovation often requires the mitigation of risk and the management of change. In the context where the environment has dramatically changed in the last decade, some on the assumptions as past research findings in the area business and public administrations may no longer relevant, and thus more empirical research is required. Second, solution to problems related to the COVID-19 pandemic in the area of business and public administration are explored. Challenges for both business and public sectors are identified, and solutions to this challenge are proposed. The pandemic has affected the way business and public organizations operate, and therefore the need to find innovative solutions to address the problems, such as the use of digital platforms to support working from home and online transaction activities. Various public policy and business approaches have been undertaken to minimize the negative impacts of the pandemic, and analysis of the effectiveness of the policy and approaches needs be conducted. New policies or approaches can be proposed when the existing methods are not successful in addressing the pandemic problems. Third, best practice related to business and public administration's area identified. However, research has shown that no universal best practice should be sought, since different situational contexts may require different approach or practice. As such, more research to better understand the strengths and weaknesses of various best practices is required, and especially the suitability of different best practice in the particular situational context. We are grateful to the Indonesian Association for Public Administration and the Indonesian Association for Business Administration for their continued support. We also thank to the committees who have organized the event and all parties who have contributed to this event. We are sure that you will have fruitful and rewarding exchange in this conference, and we wish you every success with this prestigious conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Profesor Dr. Bambang Supriyono MS for the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the last opening speech will be delivered by the Rector of Universitas Brawijaya. Please welcome Bapak Profesor Dr. Nufil Hanani, ARMS.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, our Honorable Minister of National Development Planning of Republik Indonesia, Bapak Suharso Manoarfa, expert staff of Fiscal and Macroeconomics Planning, Ministry of Finance Republik Indonesia, Yumaista Kristaling, the speakers from University of Philippines, Sung Kyun Kwan University, Korea, UITM Malaysia, Tesumaikan University of Japan, Edith Kwan University Australia, National Donghua University Taiwan, also Honorable Dean of University Science Faculty, Universitas Brawijaya, all of the presenter and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Universitas Brawijaya, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to everyone at Annual International Conference on Public and Business Administration. Thank you for the participants in joining in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Universitas Brawijaya fully support the event by taking active role and hosting this current conference. This conference is in line with Universitas Brawijaya vision, becoming an outstanding world-class university and able to take active part in national development through education, research, and community services. And by attending this international conference, hopefully partnership between institutions, both nationally and internationally, and between institutions and the business community. I hope from this conference we can exchange information and increase collaboration of the among participants, and the results can be used as reference for government policy. Finally, through this moment, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially declare the third annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration 2020 is open. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, the participants, audiences, especially for distinguished speakers in this event. Welcome again to the third annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration, AICoBPA 2020, conducted by Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. I am Fadil Amin, will be the moderator for today's event. First of all, I would like to inform you all that we will have a plenary session for this morning, which will present for distinguished speakers from 4 countries. However, before we start having this plenary session, we will have presentation from the special keynote speakers. First, from His Excellency Bapak Anies Baswedan, PhD. Let me have a quick greeting to Pak Anies. Assalamualaikum, good morning Pak Gubernur. Okay, we are waiting for the Mr. Anies Baswedan, PhD, join at the link. As we know that His Excellency Dr. Anies Baswedan is currently holding the position of Governor of DKI Jakarta Province, who is previously he was the Minister for Educational and Cultural Affairs of Indonesian government. Pak Anies Baswedan was graduated in economics from Gajah Mada University, and then got MA title in public management from the School of Public Policy at the University of Maryland. And then finally, he obtained PhD title in political science from Northern Illinois University. This morning, he will present the material regarding resolving crisis, building resilience, and reimagining reform, the Jakarta's response to the COVID-19. He will present kind of this material for around approximately 20 minutes. Once again, good morning. Assalamualaikum, Pak Anies. We are still waiting for he join to the link. A little bit later on, let me inform you as well that after Dr. Anies Baswedan finish presenting his material, there will be followed by presentation conducted by the second keynote speaker, which is Insinyur Haji Suarso Manuarfa. He is now the Minister of National Development Planning of Indonesian government. Yes, thank you very much. The Honorable Governor of DKI Jakarta has joined us. Let me have a quick greeting to him. Assalamualaikum, good morning Pak Gubernur.
Waalaikumsalam, Bapak Moderator. Okay, we can start now.
Yes, you have approximately 20 minutes to present your material. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable the Governor of DKI Jakarta Province, His Excellency Bapak Anies Baswedan, PhD. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellency Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Dr. Novil Hanani, Dean of the Faculty of Administration Science, Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Bambang Supriyono, all speakers, all participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to congratulate on the 3rd Annual International Conference on Business Administrations and Public Administrations. And allow me on these occasions to share a few lessons learned that we have been able to collect in the past 7 months. We all know that none of us across the globe is prepared to face such a large-scale pandemic as it is today. However, having said that we're not prepared, that doesn't mean that we're not doing a response. In fact, we're responding in a speediest way. So allow me to share a few things with regard to lesson learned on leading through uncertain times. Number one, which is critical when we are facing this challenge. This is first principle that I think is very important, is communicate, communicate, and communicate. Communication is key. At the time of uncertainty, there is a feeling of anxiety, and silence from the leadership can be interpreted as there is a good news and the leaders is not delivering it to us. So it is very critical at the time of crisis, leaders step out and then communicate, provide clear perspective on what is happening and what does it mean to everyone. And when we're doing communications, then let's remember that a few key principles on that, and that's what we adopted here in Jakarta, is transparency. That is one of our key value. Transparency in every way, from the day one until today. Jakarta never doing any cooking to the number. We don't pretend to make it looks good. We don't pretend to make it looks bad. We present it as it is from day one. Even at times where the official announcement wasn't there, we immediately communicate to the people, let's be alert. Pandemic is coming and it's not going to be a good news. Let's be ready. So transparency is key. And why transparency is key? Because we need to build trust. The reason why we need to have a communications engagement that is so active is in order to the public to build trust toward government. We will be handling our part, but it will require government approach, government policies, but also public engagement. And trust is key. To be trusted, be as it is. Present it as it is, as transparent as possible. So from the beginning, even in early April, when we're talking about the COVID pandemic, we're talking about we're talking about the result of medical approach, but also we present to the public what is going on based on other data that we have. So first principle is communicate, communicate, and communicate. The second principle is guide and helps others to lead. Because at the time of crisis, it requires leaders that enable other leaders to perform their leadership, to engage, to reach all stakeholders. So on the one hand, we must make sure that there is strong leadership who are comfortable with the direction they're giving, understand what to do, able to give a specific aspect that's needed by the organizations. And then on the other hand, the leadership need to empower everyone within the organizations. And let me give you an example on this. In Jakarta, before the national government announced about the pandemic, our city administration had numerous meetings, and during those closed sessions, I specifically provided information about what may be coming to us. Jakarta is the front line of Indonesia. this is the gate. International mobility were coming through Jakarta. So whenever there is a pandemic on the other side of the world, we need to be alert, we need to be prepared. So on the one hand, providing the sense of directions, look, we may be facing this challenge, but on the other hand, every one of you need to translate our preparedness into actions for the public. That include all mayors in Jakarta, all department chairmen, chairwomen, to make sure that they're all alert of what may be coming. That's principle number 2. Principle number 3 is connect and engage early with open-mindedness and sense of purpose. Let me underline here the importance of open-mindedness. We're dealing with a virus, the COVID-19. The challenge is we may not know what we know, and sometimes we may not know what we don't know. People, even scientists, were learning about this virus, SARS-CoV-2. And without open-mindedness, we maybe fail to adopt the right policy for the general public. And open-mindedness requires us to respect science. And that's why our approach in Jakarta, from the beginning, we engage the scientists. Even before we make decisions, for example, on March 16, we start closing our schools. And when we close our schools, we had meetings with medical professional associations, the Ikatan Dokter, the Ikatan Ahli Epidemiologi, and then the Ikatan Dokter Anak. And we meet with all of them and listen to what they say. That's one. Number 2, we even engage the WHO. The WHO representative here in Jakarta were contacted to get involved in the discussion sessions prior to the decisions. So open-mindedness followed by trusting scientific approach. And with that, any decision that is made is a decision that have a solid foundations. Why? Because again, we're dealing with uncertainty. And let's also make sure that given the dynamic of this, of the research on SARS-CoV-2, often what was thought to be right approach, after a few months, it turned out to be a wrong approach. Give you an example. In the beginning, even WHO recommend only those that have symptoms, only those who have experienced illness should wear face mask. So face masks were only for those who need medical care. And the general public don't need to wear face masks. After a few months, that approach is being reversed. Everybody needs to wear a face mask. So again, open-mindedness. But open-mindedness need not to be limited on area that we feel comfortable. For example, because I feel comfortable reversing the decisions on face masks, then I'm happy to reverse my decisions. But with regard to policies that impacted to me, then I rather not to follow suggestions from the scientists. When you refer to scientists, you have to refer holistically, refer on every aspect, not only a certain aspect that you feel comfortable. So there is no cherry picking here on referring to the scientific approach. So with that, number 1, again, let me summarize. Communicate, and then guide and help others early, connect and engage early with open-mindedness. And it also able to create a feeling of togetherness. The Jakarta government and the scientific community, the medical professional associations, we have close collaborations that we feel we're facing the challenge together. And then the fourth principle that I would like to share here is create order from chaos. In the early day of the crisis, where there are clutter of conflicting data and opinion, leaders need to cut through that clutters and identify area that needs attentions and resources. It is extremely vital to act swiftly, and that is what to develop and to communicate point of view on the best path forward. So here is the way we translate this principle in Jakarta. Our knowledge is growing. Our healthcare capacity has its limit, and the general public also feeling some kind of anxiety. So the approach is we adopted large-scale social restriction, what's called PSBB. Large-scale social restriction, what does it mean? It's a polite way to say everyone stay home, everyone stay with their family, work from home, study from home, and worship from home, and all activity from home. That's what basically a large-scale social distancing measures. So that's one approach. Why that's needed? Because we in government need to increase our healthcare capacity. If people were still out in public, interaction were still intensive, the spread of the virus will be incremental. So our approach with them, stay at home, now increase our capacity. Capacity in doing what? In doing three things. Number one, doing the testing. Our testing capacity was very low because our labs were not designed to do testing in a massive way. We did testing for patients-related issues in the hospital. And then because of this pandemic, we have to test in the number that was unprecedented. Look, WHO requires that in a week, in a population of 10 millions like Jakarta, we have to do 10,000 testing per week. And our capacity was only around 120, 150 per day. Imagine, you have to do testing of 10,000 per week. That is a tremendous challenge. You know, we work hard to collaborate with all laboratory in Jakarta. We have 54 laboratory, and we organize collaborations. Instead of us doing everything on our own, we have the budget, we have the capacity, we can do it, but we didn't do it that way. Instead, we engage everyone. And then we provided the fund, we provided the human resources, and also the equipments, and then everyone works together as a team. And since then, we're able to do, today I think we're around 11,000 per day. So Jakarta is already 6 to 7 times higher than what is required by WHO. So that's testing capacity. The other aspect is on tracing. As soon as you find someone positive, then you do tracing. So we improve our tracing capacity. The third is treatment, which is hospitalizations. So in our experience, about 34% of those who were infected need medical care in the hospital. And with that, we have not only double, quadruple, but it was from 8 referral hospitals, and now we have 97 referral hospitals out of 190 hospitals in Jakarta. And that was done in about 2 months. So the way 3 months, the way we did it is, again, by engaging everyone and making sure that all their necessities are being provided. Supports in terms of resources were also allocated. So how do we create order from chaos? Number one, make sure everyone stay at home. And then number two, us in government doing the 3T: testing, tracing, and treatment in the right way. The fifth principle is know when to pivot. Leaders can afford to be sentimental about the strategy and tactics that they have created, knowing when to change tactic when new evidence arrive, and it will instill confidence in others, and it'll inject energy needed to drive change. So in communicating, in moving the organizations, we need to have a sense of how's the situations out there. When we adopted the large-scale social restrictions measures, you need to monitor and make sure that daily need of our household, of our families in our city are all fulfilled. And there is time in which you sense that the general public have reached its level of hectic, level of culminations in which our approach need to be shifted. And we're fortunate we have the cell phone that give us data about people's mobility. So when Jakarta adopted the first stage of PSBB in early April, after a month, we saw the number of people staying at home. And then in the second month, we started to see that a large number of people started to move around, leave their homes, and that is detected from the cell phone mobility data. And that's the kind of senses that we have to take into account, that when the general public needs a different approach. So on the one hand, we look at the data on public health. On the other hand, you look at the sociological, the economical situations of the general public, and then from there, make decisions. The last point I'd like to share here is exude realistic optimism. Leadership must be honest in accepting the gravity of the challenging situations. Leaders need to communicate the challenge openly and honestly, and also being humble. We need to be humble enough to admit if we don't have answers. I'm often asked, Pak Anies, when will this pandemic be over? And never in our statement anywhere we predicted a month or we predicted a year in which this pandemic will end. We had never said it will end in May. Nope, never. We never said it will end in June, July, never. We don't share what we don't know, and we don't speculate. Again, we need to make sure that the general public give the trust to us, because we're in government. I have this uniform that represent the state, and every statement we made is a statement that is based on a scientific evidence. However, on the other hand, we need to share optimism. We need to provide data. We need to provide perspective and authentic visions that is reassuring, but statements that is not unrealistic. We do not want to send an optimism that is not unrealistic. It has to be realistic. So optimism based on the pattern that we have gone through, based on the data that have been collected, based on trajectory provided by the scientists, and then we share it to the public. So those are a few lessons learned on leading through crisis times. I hope those 6 items could be of benefit to the conference. And I look forward to hear the result of the conference. And it is indeed a crisis. I often tell our team, whenever there is a crisis, it is actually an expedited change. Change happens eventually, but with crisis, change were expedited. So we are now experiencing that. Just one small example here in our city and Indonesia, and this very conference, the usage of digital technologies for meeting has been there for many years. The pandemic forced us to do conferences through video conference. And look, this is your annual international conference on business and public administrations. If there is no pandemic, you will not have this conference on videotape. You're not going to have this conference digitally. You'll have a conference in Malang and everyone stay in the hotels and have breakfast and talk, and then you have sessions. But with this pandemic, the change is being expedited. Something that may be done in the next 5 or 10 years, it has to be done today. So crisis is an expedited change. So be optimistic. Look at it in a positive way. There are many lessons learned during this pandemic, from leadership to transformational technology to our daily life. Lesson learned were there. The challenge is whether or not we wanted to learn, whether or not we wanted to take a little bit of reflections and pick up what is in our religion often called hikmah, the ability to gather a lesson learned from what we're doing. Congratulations on the conference. My best wishes to all participants and appreciations to all speakers who have participated from across the globe. Wish you all health, a good health, and wish you all a great conference, and look forward to hear more from in the futures. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Gubernur, Pak Anies.
Sama-sama.
Thank you very much for sharing the very beneficial lesson to us, and also not only for Indonesian people anyway, but also for people living in foreign in other countries, and also the government of other countries as well. So as you promised, your session will be ended on 9.5 minutes, and it is exactly already on time. So just make sure, Pak Gubernur, whether you still in this link, or maybe will leave us straight away or something like that.
I will be leaving right away. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
And we'll meet again soon. Thank you. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Selamat menunaikan tugas dan aktivitas hari ini, Pak Gubernur. Terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
Sampai jumpa lagi Pak Gubernur di VIA.
Sama-sama Pak. Bareng-bareng. Waalaikum.
Bagus, Bu Dinda.
Wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished participants of AICoBPA 2020. Let me summarize a little bit from the presentation delivered by Dr. Anies Baswedan just then. That is, in the pandemic situation that come immediately, very, very suddenly, there are some points that can be outlined as the lesson learned. First is about communication. And then the second is the help each other. The third is connect and open-mindedness. And then finally, it has to be optimistic realism, optimistic based on the reality, something like this. So, any question or any comment that is intended to the presentation delivered by Dr. Anies Baswedan just then, we still have opportunity to share our opinion, our feedback, or even question. Hopefully, the staff of Pak Anies Baswedan still together with us, and then at the question and answer session, we will be able to respond the question raised by the participants. Well, the next keynote speakers is Bapak Insinyur Haji Suharso Manoarfa. He is currently he is the Minister of National Development Planning, or the Chairman of Bappenas Republik of Indonesia. So in this session, he will deliver material regarding Indonesia's policy responses in dealing with COVID-19 during 2020. Please welcome Bapak Dr. Insinyur Suharso Manoarfa.
The Honorable Professor Dr. Nufil Hanani, Rector of Brawijaya University, the Honorable Professor Bambang Supriyono, Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science, Brawijaya University, the Honorable Professor Agus Pramusinto, Chairperson of Indonesian Association for Public Administration, the Honorable Asti Amelia, Chairperson of Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration, all speakers of Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration, representatives from line ministries, central government agencies, and regional government offices, leaders, and representatives from international, private agency, and civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is with great pleasure that we welcome you to this important event discussing collaborative governance during pandemic era. We are delighted to have all excellencies and institutions representative here today to foster collaboration within government, private, and society. I would like to extend my appreciation to everyone that has made this event possible with the support and caring thought, as well as excellent coordination among several lines of ministries and organizations. In March 2020, World Health Organization has declared COVID-19 as a global pandemic, and followed by the Indonesian government in April 2020 by the release of Presidential Decree number 12 of 2020 on the stipulation of non-natural disaster of the spread of COVID as a national disaster. As of October 21st, there are 1,600 new confirmed COVID-19 cases, bringing the total number of infection to 369,000 cases nationwide. This number contributed to the global number of around 41 million confirmed cases. As we all know, this pandemic is beyond a health crisis. It has struck every sector and individual. Even Indonesia marked 5.32 economic contraction during the second quarter of 2020 and affected several sectors, including transportation, accommodation and food, services, and business activities. Secondly, amid the surge in COVID-19 case, one of health issues that come forefront is the availability of healthcare workers and health infrastructure for treating infected people. Thirdly, many businesses have laid off their employees due to the unexpected economic downturn. Bappenas predicted the unemployment rate could hit 9.2% or adding 4.2 million people. Lastly, the delay in the implementation of program priority hold back the target achievement of National Medium-Term Development Plan, encourage us to adjust the target and development term for the following annual plan. Indonesia's policy response in dealing with COVID-19 prioritizing three aspects. Number one is healthcare, for example, testing and tracing, physical distancing, and large-scale social restriction. Number two, social safety net to maintain purchasing power, particularly for the poor. And last one is economic recovery, of course. The government has decided to accelerate economic recovery and social reform as the main theme of the government's working plan for 2021, for the next year. And its 2021 working plan, the recovery scenario would emphasize four development areas, namely the recovery of industry, tourism and investment sectors, reform of national health system, reform of social safety net system, and disaster resilience system. To mark the 100th anniversary of Indonesia's independence, our President Joko Widodo has launched Indonesian 2045 Vision in Development Planning Conference 2019 last year. It was built upon four pillars. First, human development and mastering of science and technology. Second, sustainable economic development. Third, equitable development. And fourth, national resilience and governance. 7 national priorities have been set in the National Medium-Term Development Plan and 41 major projects as regional-based programs and strategies to achieve Indonesia vision in 2045. To ensure the achievement of Indonesian Vision 2045, Bappenas play an important role as a clearinghouse both in planning formulation, budgeting, and implementation phase, including at major project level. This role is essential, particularly to ensure deliverables of major projects as well as to ensure effectiveness of the projects for intended beneficiaries. Thus, by controlling from preparation to implementation of major projects continually, it is expected to improve the development performance. Achievement of 2045 goals cannot be done if we do not ensure the implementation of national priorities stated in National Medium-Term Development Plan. Therefore, Bappenas has to carry out the role of clearing house in securing the execution of development agenda, which are comprehended as the effective implementation of the major projects such as top priority tourist destination, digital infrastructure, social protection reform, and health system reform. The unprecedented challenge to the public institution during this devastating global pandemic enables us to fight and collaborative in the most effective way. The pentahelic model across stakeholders is expected to proceed with collective decision-making as a response system. For example, collaborative efforts in funding, including the national state budget, provincial and local budget, and social movement, have helped raising funds for health care, social protection, and economic development. Another important example, citizen engagement in innovation in response to COVID-19 pandemic involving academia, government, and industry. We call it public-private partnership. Product of innovation include development of PCR test kits, rapid diagnostic tests, ventilator, robot, and application of artificial intelligence. While facing the new normal era, people can return to their daily activities with health precaution, of course. The pentahelic model as an anticipatory policy dealing with this pandemic, in which the people and communities play an important role. Government is in charge of formulating guidelines of new normal protocol in order to prevent the transmission of COVID-19. This pandemic has brought many new challenges and mitigation in implementing collaborative governance during the pandemic era. For example, unequal participation among actors, inflexible governance, distorted information, and sectoral and organizational ego among stakeholders. For mitigation, it is promoting and engaging stakeholders' participation, implementing digital, flexible, and knowledge-based governance, developing integrated and collaborative monitoring, evaluation and control of policy, and promoting cross-functional collaboration. The Ministry of National Development Planning has been implementing integrated digital workplace before the pandemic emerged as a part of flexible work arrangement to increase productivity and performance. So we are lucky. Now, during the pandemic era, when work from home is implemented, this integrated digital workplace is becoming more essential. Ladies and gentlemen, here I would like to underline the important message that inclusive and effective collaboration among stakeholders is a key element for effectively responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. Active participation among stakeholders will create a greater impact and best response to deal with the pandemic. With collaboration, we can turn this uncertainty into an opportunity to create innovative policy, accelerate recovery, and initiate a strong clearinghouse system. I would also like to underline the importance of economics in combating COVID-19. Sharing of knowledge, lessons learned, and ideas will be the key factors in improving the best policy response as well as discovering new innovative approach during this pandemic. Thus, I look forward to our discussion today to exchange ideas and views on this agenda. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge, your experiences. Bapak Insinyur Haji Suharso Manwarsa as a Minister of National Development Planning or the Chairman of the Bappenas Republic of Indonesia. Some important point can be outlined from his presentation just then, including that the pandemic leads to the construction on economic growth significantly constrict the level of economic growth in Indonesia. Also, the health issue become trending issues in Indonesia at the moment. It also leads the business that is laid off their business, very significant impact on their business, and also it lead to the adjustment of the midterm development plan, or called as RPJMN. That is followed by the adjustment of the annual development plan, annual development plan, or usually called as RKP. So some scenarios has been prepared by the Indonesian government through National Development Board, or Bappenas, including the improving the healthcare and also social safety nets, which is the most important aspect is the collaboration among actors that is get involved in overcome the pandemic, that is wrapped into a pentahelic collaborative governance model. Well, again, we have done the presentation conducted by two keynote speakers, including Dr. Anies Baswedan and also Bapak Insinyur Suharso Manwarsa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the participant of AICoBPA, shortly we will enter to the plenary session, which consists of 4 distinguished speakers from 4 countries. The first is Professor Alex Brilliantes from Philippines, and the second speaker is Professor Ki Hyun Kwon from South Korea, and then the third one is Associate Professor Asman Mat Isa, PhD from Malaysia, and then the last but not least is Associate Professor Andi Vefta Wijaya from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. Well, we move on to the first speaker of plenary session, which is Professor Alex Brilliantes. Prof. Alex, good morning. How are you?
Oh, good morning. Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi. Okay, we meet again, and so Professor Alex Brilliantes, he is the professor and former dean of the University of Philippines, National College of Public Administration. He was recently conferred the title UP Scientist by the Board of Regents of the University of Philippines. He is the immediate past president of the ASEAN Association for Public Administration, where he was represented the AICoBPA in the meeting of the Committee of Experts of Public Administration and the United Nations Public Administration Network at the United Nations. Oh, well, the Professor Briliantis obtained his AB and MPA degree from the University of Philippines and Master of Art and PhD from the University of Hawaii. This morning, the Professor Alex will deliver material regarding innovation agility in the global governance in pandemic era. Prof. Alex, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready. Terima kasih banyak.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. The time approximately 20 minutes is yours.
Yes. Could you kindly give me the share screen, my friend?
Okay.
Okay, it's disabled.
Sure. Wait a moment.
It's still disabled, my friend. Share screen. It said host disabled, attend this screen share. So if you could kindly help me screen share. It's okay now?
Yes, still waiting for the share of your screen, of your material.
Okay. Can I share now again?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Terima kasih. Here you go.
Yes.
Can you see it now, my friend?
Sure, I can see clearly.
Oh, very good, very good. So I'm very happy for this opportunity. I will stick to 20 minutes. I will time myself. And terima kasih banyak to my good friend, to all of you, of course, my dear friends. And I guess a special thanks to Oscar, whom I've known for some time, and yourself, Padilla. Really grateful to be with you.
Yes.
And good to see our good friends from Korea, Professor Gi. How are you? Annyeonghaseyo. And to our other friends. To our other friends. And of course, Andy, I haven't seen you for a long time, but so good to see you, my good friend Andy. It was so nice to, of course, listen to my good friend Agus Pramusinto also. Okay, so thank you for this opportunity. I've spent one, but my presentation, as I discussed with you before, in line with our topic today, is really to talk about innovations and excellence in local governance amidst the pandemic, from a Philippine perspective. But I was listening to the governor of Indonesia and even to the minister. You know, it's so exciting because we affirm each other. We affirm each other that our messages seem to be similar but different perspectives. Indonesia, the Philippines, Korea, we've attended in a number of webinars. And I think this is really an example of globalization. Globalization, we're thinking global. The pandemic is hitting all of us globally, but locally, we have to have appropriate responses. Locally. So global, local, global. And I'll talk about that in a while. So my key messages here, dear friend, pertains to the importance of the pandemic has created a global community that has somehow created a shared context. All of us, no? We share frustrations, victories, good practices. We are all affected by it, but we are all united as a community. You're in Jakarta, you're in Pavijaya, but you're in Seoul. We are sharing the same context, but we are in our particular spaces. I am right now in my home office here in Manila, but we're one community. And the pandemic has made us all think, hey, we are all part of this so-called global village, something that, an old term that has been used a long, long time ago, global village. Number two, for us in the academe, I know that we are both, the public administration and business administration side there. It's an opportunity for us doing theories of public administration, doing theories of business administration to somehow apply them to the real world. That's why we call them Posner of the American Society of Public Administration, I think called it pracademics, where practitioners and academics coming together. It was so nice to listen to the governor, so nice to listen to the minister, but equally important, so nice to listen. And the governor himself has been an academic at one point. Number three, the governor himself said this, you know, nobody really expected this, but it is here, so we have to work it. We have no choice. Here in the Philippines, we call it having to fast track innovations. My one colleague yesterday was talking about the fact that, you know what, sometime back we were still talking about the need to do online, and you had the long-term plan how to do online teaching, etc., etc. But all of a sudden it came. So we have to fast track. And some of us were prepared, some of us were not prepared, as I think the governor also mentioned. But we have no choice. That leads to the next question of my message. Were we ready? Or equally important, do we have the capacities? When we talk about capacities, do we have the money, appropriate resources, but equally important, do we have the technical and other aspects of capacity building? And that's why we'll talk now about the local governments. Local governments being in the front line as far as this is concerned. Because when the pandemic starts, everybody goes to the local governments, our villages, our municipalities, and our so-called barangays. I must say that at one time in the Philippines, we had a local government code. It was a long, long time ago, 1991, where we had the transfer of powers and authorities. And in that sense, the effort was really to pursue decentralization, transferring powers and authorities to the local governments. Because we believe that at the end of the day, what matters are the frontline local governments. We need Manila, of course. We need the central government. But some of them said, central government is too centralized. Some people even call it Imperial Manila. Anything that you do, you have to go to Manila, But in the local level, in the provinces, they say, there are certain things that could be done at the local level within the context of subsidiarity. I think the minister, or was it Ma'am Asti and Bambang who talked about that, Dean Bambang, I think, talked about that earlier. The importance of subsidiarity, doing things at the lowest level possible. And that is the idea of subnational governance. That is the idea of local governance. And we had that in 1992. And if you look at it, not only the Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia, Cambodia, Korea, Japan, the Philippines, all of us had our laws on autonomy. The point difference as a approach to governance, as approach to public administration, even as approach to business administration, let's focus on frontline local governments, but don't forget that this should be aligned with the efforts of national government, as the Minister for Planning mentioned. There has to be alignment, not separation, okay? In the Philippines, we have this model that I've used sometime. We move from the concentrasi to devolution. Devolution is what I'm talking about, autonomy. But you know what? We have some regions in the Philippines, especially in the southern part, we need autonomy, stronger version of autonomy. And in fact, in the Philippines today, we even have talked, can we push it further? Can we push it further? We even talk about federalism, and that is where it ends. But you know what? At one point, if we continue pushing autonomy, it can lead to independence or merdeka. We don't want that to happen because it will be separation. But the point difference is that devolution, autonomy can be a strategy to adapt to and really respond to the needs of the lower level frontline local governments, and that is what subsidiarity is all about. It is a political administrative mechanism. In the Philippines, we've talked about autonomy. I know in Indonesia, you're also talking about autonomy, and also you're not yet talking. You have to talk about federalism, okay? But we have had autonomy for a long time now. I guess I'm just laying the context of devolution in the Philippines. We have autonomy for some time now. It's about almost 30 years. We ourselves have been involved in the formulation of these laws, etc. And I've had some friends from Indonesia who've come here to the Philippines, and we shared with them our experience, because Indonesia started yours in, I think, in late towards 2000, and many lessons learned. And what we learned in the Philippines is we have the framework, we have a local government code, we have leadership. I'll go back to this later. Improve access to financial resources. We have more money now at the local level. In Indonesia, I think you call it DAU. In the Philippines, we call it IRA, Internal Revenue Allotment. Stronger local partnerships. It is important that local governments do not work alone. They have to work together. I think you have Carta Mantul. I think in Carta Mantul is an example. Yogyakarta and the neighboring local governments, and you're also doing that in Indonesia. Point difference, local governments cannot operate by themselves. They have to cooperate with other local governments. The minister also mentioned that, and equally important in the pandemic time, we have to cut across. What the pandemic has showed us is that local governments are imaginary. They are artificial, because at the end of the day, this pandemic and other problems brought about by ecology, floods, traffic, and other similars, they do not respect political boundaries. We have to work across, and that is one major issue I will talk about later on. And equally important, we need to have participation of civil society, people participation. I'll talk about that in a while. Don't worry, I'll stick to my time. Okay. So over the past 30 years, we have had recognition of local governments, outstanding local governments. This is our former president. His name is President Fidel Ramos, and he launched a program called Galing Po, outstanding local governments. And my take is that because of autonomy, because of encouraging innovations in local governments, our local governments have become more prepared when the pandemic happened. So autonomy provided the framework, provided the enabling framework for the response to the autonomy. And these are some of the reasons why we have had strong leadership, ownership by the bureaucracy, people participation. The governor mentioned this, and I really like what he mentioned a lot. Use of ICT, I know you're doing this, information communication technology, and equally important, that's what the governor mentioned, information, and support of stakeholders. Okay, I'll now go to this. Then the pandemic struck. It struck us. What will we do? And what I'll cite now, dear friends, is to cite 4 or 5 cities very quickly because we don't have that much time. But I remember sharing this also in another webinar organized by AICoBPA. But this is more than that, no? Focusing on the Philippines. 4 or 5 cities: Marikina, Taguig, Pasig, Makati, and Baguio. The first 4 cities are in Metro Manila because, like in your case in Jakarta, I guess the pandemic really hit much of Metro Manila. Metro Manila is about 20 million people. I live in Metro Manila, and up to today, I even don't go out of my house yet at this point in time. But these are some cities that have been able to respond to the pandemic. I'll talk to you about now the innovations in relation to the theme of our conference, which is innovations at the local level, but also aligned to the global context. And to a certain extent, I was very happy to listen to the sharing of the governor, listen to the sharing of our minister, and I look forward to listen to the sharing of our colleagues from Malaysia and of course from Korea about this. Thinking global, acting local, localization. And that, I think, we should congratulate your group as far as this is concerned, because you brought us together. Sharing is very, very important. Learning from each other. What somebody says, 1 + 1 = 3, which is really what synergy is all about. Okay. First city, Marikina. Lesson learned, early response is an advantage. When the pandemic came, they were able to respond, and that's what the mayor said. Early response is the key advantage of Marikina City. Public awareness, remember the importance of communication, and guess what? They also were ready. They had their procurement test already. They had their test. But guess what? You know what happened? In Marikina, part of it, because the pandemic started, everybody has to go and pay taxes. It's okay. It's okay. We will reprieve tax penalties. It is not regular time. It is not ordinary time. We will first reprieve no tax penalties at this point in time. But what I would like to cite with Marikina is the national-local relations. When the pandemic started, there's a mayor. When the pandemic started, they had its testing center. But national government said, no, don't yet open your testing center because we have to test it. But the mayor said, we need to open it. National government said, no, you have to go through you have to be tested by us, but we have to check on your laboratory. You know what the local government did? They went ahead and opened it in spite of national. And they opened it, they did their testing, and national government came in and they were given the okay. Point, dear friends, national-local relations, point under the devolution, strong local governments that did political will, that did leadership, as pointed out also by the minister in his opening remarks. Leadership is important. So this is what they did in Marikina. And this is now the Minister of Health signing an MOU with the governor and the mayor of Metro Manila. Point, communication between national and local government. Point, local government showing that, hey, we can do it, and we align with the national government in spite of the early difficulties that has happened. Okay. My friend, she's very good. Her name is Pamela Muhi. As a matter of fact, also pointed this now another city, communication. Remember the governor said communication. I'm so happy to listen to this, participate in this webinar, and thank you very much for inviting us, because we are affirming each other. The lessons that are applicable to Jakarta, to Indonesia, are also applicable to us, and vice versa. And this is what one mayor did. His name is Mayor Vico Soto, very brilliant but very young mayor, who was who really went to the front lines and emphasized the importance of communication. Another lesson learned. So in my presentations, dear friends, I'm picking out some of the lessons learned. One, it will come out a number of times: the importance of leadership, the importance of communication. But these are not just theoretical. These have been applied at the local level by these local governments. The first one was Marikina. The second one is Taguig. And equally important, they did their mass testing, but guess what? In partnership with the private sector. In partnership with the private sector. You are in business administration and public administration, we're working together. I better hurry because I know I just about a few more minutes. But Pasig City talk about the importance of partnerships. And they also used, by the way, they used also the latest technology. They used drones for monitoring the health protocols. Point, dear friends, you had a local government that was had a good leader, and they were quite experimental. Our theme today is innovations. They used drones to monitor and also for disinfection. They did daily disinfection, as I know you're also doing it in Jakarta, and they distributed kits to all the villages. In Pasig City, the third local government, is the in Pasig City, is still the importance of the mobile palengke. What is mobile palengke? Mobile palengke is making available goods and services to the people. I'm sorry, I think I made a mistake earlier. I think I referred to the mayor of Taguig. Anyway, Pasig, okay. Still the same. Anyway, because the people had to stay home, local government put its resources to make it available to the people. But equally important, since the people could not go to the market, the market went to the people. And that is what happened to Pasig. Mobile palengke. It means mobile market. Okay. The next slide, well, of course, the good old social distancing, but they also put these pictures there, etc. I better hurry. The same in another city, it's called Valenzuela City, Market on Wheels. And they actually passed an anti-ordinance. Remember, I think the minister mentioned the importance of leadership. I think he talked about the importance of strong leadership. Guess what? They passed an ordinance on anti-hoarding and anti-panic buying. In other words, discipline is important. And that's what they did in Valenzuela. Even as they go out sharing goods and services, they said, you know what? The people should be disciplined. And they passed a law. They passed a local law, an ordinance on that. Same in Valenzuela, they did the testing also, wearing with them, and they passed an ordinance wearing your mask. Pass an ordinance wearing your mask. As you know, in the United States, some areas it's optional. In fact, I just saw yesterday that they said, why don't we pass a national law saying that it is mandatory? Come on. In some local governments, they already did that. Because we all know, learning from science, wear your mask. It is not optional. And if you don't do that, you can be penalized. Strong leadership and passage of a law. Valenzuela also, as you know, in the Philippines, we have so many overseas workers. So Valenzuela also had guidelines for the overseas workers, working with the people, making sure that the overseas workers are not forgotten. So when you come home, we have guidelines for you guys when you come home. And in Taguig, they also what they call the Taguig City, the mobile testing, okay, drive-in testing. I already mentioned this, the importance of smart testing, in terms of Taguig. I guess what I'm saying, dear friends, is different local governments have their different approaches. But if you look at it, there are some common themes, as I'll discuss in a while. They talk about the importance of leadership. They talk about the importance of people participation, and the importance of people of science. I think in the pentabolic collaborative model, which the minister mentioned, this is the same. The local government works with the other sectors. This one, they work with the university. We call it in the Philippines town and gown. Meaning to say, remember when we graduate, we wear our gown, but the gown is relevant when it works with the gown. This has happened in Makati City, okay? And in Baguio City, where I'm from, up north, it's about 250 kilometers from Manila, very strong leadership, the same issue about sharing about rolling store the same issue about discipline. Remember, we talked about the importance of discipline. And very interesting, the mayor of Baguio City used to be a military officer. He used his skill as a military officer not only to enforce discipline, but equally important, do contact tracing, as mentioned by the minister and the governor earlier. Leadership is very important, as pointed out in by our keynote speakers, and this has happened in the city up in Baguio. Very strong leader, but a leader of integrity. They trusted him, and equally important, very open transparency. This is our mayor. Speed is the key to contact tracing. He had these skills. Remember, we talk about capacity. You can be a good leader, but if you do not have the capacity, you're unable to do it. So this mayor himself came from the military sector, and he was able to apply his intelligence gathering. I don't know if I'm being fair to do that, but he used the intelligence gathering skills in the military because he was elected as in the mayor, and he was able to contact tracing very well using technology. And guess what? Other mayors, local governments are asking him or are learning from him. We already mentioned about the importance of communication. As we mentioned, these are some of the mayors. No, this is Mayor Vico Soto, as I mentioned. This is the new mayor of Manila. This is the mayor of Marikina. These are our mayors here in Metro Manila, including the mayor of Makati. All of them have been very emphatic about the importance of communication, which I think was mentioned earlier. Okay. So, well, this reminds me of the, in another webinar, just very quickly, my friend Carl, he's also listening, Carl Ruiz, put this in, but we're learning from you guys. And in the presentation by Makassar, you used the importance of digital geographic mapping, which also some of our local governments are doing, no? Including daily disinfection and listening to health, etc., and listening to people. Okay, I'll be done in a while. Remember, I talked about the importance of interlocal cooperation. In addressing this, local governments should come together. They should cooperate and not compete. They should cooperate and not compete. That's why we have this. It's similar to your Kartamantul, I think. I heard this very important webinar suggested to me by Professor Agus, a good friend, and in Baguio, up north, Bliss. Local governments cut across. The message here, local governments are simply imaginary political administrative boundaries. We have to work across them because of a pandemic, because of the floods, because of bigger issues. Okay. So in some, okay, I am in time. In some innovations at the local level at the pandemic, they talk about the importance of national-local relations. National government's there, but local government, we align. We talk about the reinventing government paradigm. National steers, local, preparedness, and then of course listening to experts. But leadership is key. Let me end with this. I have my good friend. She is now the president of the Philippine Society for Public Administration and president of the Future Society of the Philippines. We worked on this paradigm before. I'm very happy, though, that it is quite still applicable. What are these? We published this a long time ago. It talks about the theory and practice of public administration amidst the pandemic. The importance of the vision. Indonesia, you have the Vision 2045. Philippines has the Vision 2040. SDG 2030, we all move towards the vision in spite of our political differences. But we have to talk about the institutions' processes. Work, strengthen the institutions, the processes, and you have the local government code. You have your local autonomy. You have your national law. But equally important, we have to change our mindset. These two are very much related. Citizen engagement, and I think the minister and the governor of Jakarta mentioned this, the importance of citizen engagement, including leadership. Leadership is very important, no, as far as this is concerned. But as the governor also mentioned, communication is key. So these are the issues as far as this is concerned in this presentation, as far as the theory and practice innovations at the local level in responding to the pandemic. Point, dear friends, we have common messages at the global level. We're learning from each other, but they're all applied, and we continue to learn from you. But at the end of the day, local governments are at the front lines, but they should be aligned to the national government, and they should be aligned to our vision, the Vision 2045 in Jakarta, Indonesia, the Vision 2040 in the Philippines, and this you need to have people participation. So I guess what this presentation has done is just really to somehow affirm and learn from you. I've learned so much from the pentaholic model of the minister, collaborative governance, and I know I put collaborative governance somewhere here, which we've done also with collaborative governance, not only you, but work with other local governments, whether national, whether local, whether private, whether business. We have to work together. Government cannot do it alone. Government cannot do it alone, but it has to have the capacity. It should be ready. It should have the leadership. It should be able to communicate in order to build trust among the people. And what I did today was to show you some examples that, these theories are quite applicable and have worked in some local governments. But obviously, many local governments have still to do this. And obviously, national government still has to work harder if we are to move and address this pandemic as we do today. With that, dear friends, I'd like to say terima kasih banyak. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much for this opportunity, my friends.
Thank you, Professor Alex. So insightful presentation anyway. You already presented briefly, but the decentralization start from decentralization in Philippines. Then there are some positive impacts, and also, unfortunately, still have some negative, emerging issues as well. This is quite similar to condition in Indonesia. So, for example, like the weak capacity of local finance and so on and so forth. And also you give some good example found in some cities in Philippines like Marikina, Pasig City, Valenzuela, Makati, Baguio, and etc. So the conclusion you just mentioned, that is innovation at local government is very important, and then collaboration between government, both national and local level, it is very, very important, because essentially the government cannot do alone something like this. Thank you very much again, Professor Alex, and then just stay here, stand by, and then if any question goes to Professor Alex from the participant, please just write down in the Q&A room facilities, and then Professor Alex will respond a little bit later on in the Q&A session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the participant of AICoBPA 2020. We move forward to the next speaker, the second speaker, which is Professor Ki Hyun Kwon from South Korea. Good morning, Professor Ki.
Good morning, Dr. Fadila. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, is it correct pronunciation to mention your name, Professor Ki Hyun Kwon?
Sorry for the difficult pronunciation.
How is the correct way to pronounce it, your name anyway?
Okay. Can I call you Dr. Fadila?
Yes. Yes, it is my full name. My Fadila Amin is my full name, but I recommend you to just call my the last name Amin. It's simple.
Thank you, Amin.
Okay. To same as the previous speaker, you will have 20 minutes to present your material. However, before you start presenting your material, let me introduce first to the participants about yourself. The Professor Ki Hyun Kwon got bachelor degree at Public Administration Hankook University of Foreign Studies, and then obtained master's degree at Public Administration Seoul National University, and then got another master's degree at John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, and then finally Professor Ki obtained a PhD title at Graduate School of Art and Science, Harvard University as well. Very good educational background. For the professional and working experiences, the Professor Ki is the president of Korean Association for Public Studies and also commissioner of Government Performance Evaluation Committee. Professor Ki also holds the Dean of Graduate School of Governance in Sungkyun Wan University, as well as Dean of the GPG Global E-Policy and E-Government Institute in Sungkyun Wan University, Samsung Foundation, Korea. And then finally, he is the Senior Professor of Public Administration and Public Policy, Sungkyun Wan University, Samsung Foundation, Korea. For event this morning, Professor Ki will present the material regarding fighting against the challenges of public administration, the governance model 4.0. Yes, Professor Ki, the time approximately 20 minutes is yours.
Thank you very much again, Dr. Fadila. Assalamualaikum and terima kasih. Good morning to everyone, and my greetings to all the participants in this session with Professor Alex Brillantes and Dr. Ferry G also. And I'm, honestly and very honored to be invited here and have an opportunity to give you my presentation. And my title, as introduced, is Governing Risks and Uncertainty in the Area of New Normal. I am focusing on governance model 4.0, fighting against the challenges of business administration and public administration. Okay. First of all, the brief background is that, as you know, the COVID-19 and globalization and leadership challenges is facing us. And as you know, the digital has three key characteristics. Time is important, speed is the key, and we are facing many uncertainties. So time and space is small, and speed is accelerating, and still we are facing many uncertainties. So leadership should consider all of these factors. So speed of thought is very important, and direction of innovation is very important. As Mayor and Alex highlighted, speed of thought is very important, and cooperative governance and collaborative governance and local autonomy, digital tool is very important. I called it paradigm change. As a problem statement, and I'm going to tell you that we need to build up a new public administration. Actually, new public administration was emerged in the late 1960s by Professor Dwight Waldo, but we need newer and newer public administration theory because we are facing, again, age of turbulence, including COVID-19 and bio and drone, artificial intelligence, fourth industrial revolution. We are facing also human identity crisis and issues. And in more detail, first of all, we are facing many volatility and uncertainty and complexity and ambiguity. We called it VUCA of fourth industrial revolution. Second one, this kind of environment, I mean the vortex is turbulence, calls for new government leadership. And this kind of contemporary wicked problems or mega or huge problems such as COVID-19 or other issues requires a new way of problem solving by central government as well as local government. I mean, we called it speed and fusion and ethics. Three things is the key. Especially we need the quick and speed solving capacity. So from the theoretical perspective or academic perspective, in public administration theory, democracy and efficiency as a two pillars to interact each other. And then contemporary public administration, I am arguing that not only democracy and efficiency, reflexivity is the new coin. I mean, new public idea or ideology to consider very importantly, because contemporary public administration highlight trust and network of new governance. So a uniqueness of my research is that first one is that I am, emphasizing about the ideology, public ideology of reflexivity. Second one is that three component is speedy problem solving and ethics and some morals and fusion and convergence and collaborative governance. So three component is speed, ethics, and fusion. And finally, public administration, what I'm arguing is a fourth generation model, need to borrow the philosophical value of human dignity of policy science, initiated by Professor Harold Roswell, who, created policy science. So as you know, the previous literature says that governance 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 is a bureaucracy, a market-oriented MPM, and public value model. We called it PVM. And then I am arguing at the first generation public administration model with the special emphasis on speed and convergence, fusion and ethics, as I mentioned. So as you know, the bureaucracy is a very traditional command and control and hierarchical structure. And the government 2.0 is MPM, is very business-like government or entrepreneurship government. It's like economy or the business administration style. But Harvard professor Mark Moore in 1995 argued that public value model, which is government 3.0, as I understand, this is very similar with new governance or network governance or public value-oriented model. But I am introducing that Harvard John F. Kennedy School of Government is trying to call it MBIC Research Center, or the exact name is Future Society. Here, they are arguing that nano, bio, information, and cognitive technology is growing and growing exponentially. And then coping with this kind of fundamental ethical challenges, they are suggesting new paradigm of policy initiatives. They are trying to present crucial ethical, moral questions and policy choices, which I understood and argue as a government or governance model 4.0. So again, very briefly, Max Weber is 1.0, Margaret Thatcher in England and Ronald Reagan in United States is the MPM model is 2.0. As I said, Mark Moore in 1995, 3.0. But this paper and this presentation, what I'm arguing that in Germany, Industry 4.0 or artificial intelligence or Harvard Kennedy School MBIC or COVID-19 crisis, pandemic or second wave is all heightening very, very uncertainty surrounding us. So we may need different model to solve the public value and public problem, what I call the governance 4.0. So what is governance 4.0 in specific? I called it, the vision is still human dignity and public value. And the goal is big data and intelligence-based creative governance. And then, as I argued, speed, ethics, and fusion. And the core task is, first, speedy problem solving at the local context with the COVID-19 crisis. Ethics is more responsive and responsible leadership. And fusion and convergence is that government create new job opportunities and strengthening public safety and security smart infrastructure. So I'm going to say very briefly about how Korean respond about COVID-19 in Korea. And as you know, Korea is one of the few countries successfully in flattening the coronavirus curve, and new confirmed cases is a little bit decreased and quickly stabilized in Korea. And especially fatality rate is one of the lowest country in the world, is about 2.3%. Other countries like France and Spain and Italy, you know, the United States, all above more than 10%. And then global evaluation says that maybe South Korea is one of the best practice. I'm sorry to mention about this, but this is academic case. So UN, especially SDSN, Sustainable Development 2020 evaluated Korea as #1 among 33 OECD nations. And chief author was Professor Jeffrey Sachs and Columbia University. Their index is the first one is fatality rate per out of 1 million. Second one is reproductive rate. And third one is control efficiency. So this Korea ranked top among the 33, and Japan, Germany, and Sweden, and United States, and Spain. So, and then based on these statistics and evidence, I have three preliminary conclusions about the policy capacity. First one, we need to have a strong control tower. So in Korean case, Korean CDC enabled control related agencies, including many central level ministry. Okay, of course, Koreans' kind of relative success was because of the lessons of MERS in 2015 or SARS in 2003. So Japan, Nihon Gejai says that what Korea has and what Japan has not. The second point is that the power of the citizen or power of the local autonomy or nationwide cheap rate of the insurance policy system lower the hurdles of hospital and allow the widespread medical coverage. The final, not the least one, is smart infrastructure and smart digital tool emphasized by Professor Alex, and smart governance. So innovation smart system like drive-through or walk-through and many smart test kits, and using big data and ensure transparency and openness, allow the tracing the patient's whereabouts and open it. And so that many people, has a caution to go to the confirmed patients' places. Okay. 몇 분 남았어? 현재 30초 하셨을까? Okay, let me go to the final conclusion. So as I'm saying is that good governance has a three dimension, I say, a productivity dimension and democracy dimension and reflexivity dimension. First, the democracy, productivity dimension is that, one-stop, non-stop, any-stop local government, and paperless and buildingless local government, and clean and transparent and smart digital government. Second one, of course, we need the democracy. We need the e-policy participation and e-politics participation. And final one, as I argued in my research, in my paper, is reflexivity. It's a little bit new vocabulary or a little bit, new terminology, but It is realization of trustful and matured community, and open dialogue and public space and open society is the key for the new good governance. So paradigm of governance 4.0 is productivity and democracy and reflexivity. In detail, we need many, try to fight against the bipolarization and artificial intelligence and drone-based government and precision agriculture and platform capitalism and fight against the global warming issues and people's mind and taste using virtual reality and virtual knowledge and longevity society. We need to government and policy science should respond against longevity society. So we need to consider long life of human life. So these are the paradigms. So as a final conclusion, I would say as our dependent variable is innovation or local success or national implementation success. As Professor Alex argues, leadership and communication is so much important. And second factor is technology. And we need to, whether it is central government, whether it is local government, we need to consider new technologies, a drone or a smart infrastructure. And some management factors and active attitude and open culture. So these are the all important variables in social science. My final slide goes like, what about the governance strategy in practical? So I'm arguing that we need to have a good direction, and we need to have agility and speedy problem solving with some flexibility, and we need also have some resilience. In local governance, local government or central government should have a resilience. So resilience means keep fighting against, even though we have a COVID-19 pandemic. If the government has a resilience, we can cope and fight against this kind of crisis. So 3P is people, process, and final product. Process, I would say, agile manufacturing or agile management or quick cost reduction process with the e-transformation. And second one is, more importantly, we need to have a people. When I say people, this is within the bureaucracy, within the government, and also outside the social citizen. So we need to have an attitude change. Attitude change means that citizen as well as public officials or local government officials has a strong positive mind to fight against the future. So that's what I call capacity building. Not only in terms of techniques or methodology, but also in their mind attitude or mind framework should have a good, progressive, and positive attitude change. We called it strategic HRD or HRM or e-learning. This kind of system is very important. Using this kind of process, we can have a quality control, we can have a human dignity. So I think this is all that I have. And again, we are facing a very, sad pandemic, global pandemic, COVID-19 crisis. Again, I really appreciate about the host university, opening this kind of very critical topic, especially fighting against governing risks and the uncertainty in the area of new normal. Not only economic way, but also social and public health. We need a good governance as well as central and as well as local. Thank you again, Dr. Fadila, and for our host people, including our dean. Thank you very much again. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Professor Ki. Yes, thank you very much for delivering such kind of insightful material And then very interesting thing that is you presented just then when introducing the paradigm of government 4.0. This, in my opinion, is something new on this public administration area, which is the paradigm of governance 4.0, including three aspects, including productivity, democracy, and reflexivity. Well, thank you. And then maybe there are some questions goes to Professor Key, and then it will be responded in the Q&A session later on. Thanks again, Professor Key.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we will move on to the next turn, which is the third speaker, which will be delivered by Associate Professor Asman Mat Isa, PhD. Dr. Asman is the Associate Professor at Faculty of Information Management, UITM, or University of Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Dr. Asman got PhD honors in mathematics from University Pertanian Malaysia, and then continue to the postgraduate diploma library science obtained at Institute Teknologi Mara. Then the Master of Art in Electronic Communication and Publishing obtained from University College London, and then finally for the PhD level in Humanities Computing, graduated from University of Glasgow. Well, this morning, Dr. Asman will present the topic regarding information governance and information risk management outlook at pandemic era. Okay, same as the previous speakers, approximately 20 minutes is yours. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fadil Amin, for a very meaningful introduction. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all participants.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Our keynote speakers and all plenary speakers, right? I'm grateful to be given this opportunity to share my knowledge and be part of this meaningful event. And thank you to the Dean, Professor Bambang, and of course the organizing committee for working hard in this new normal. It's actually a new experience, which I think many might learn from you as well. Okay, being given 20 minutes, I will try to present my topic, that is information governance and information risk management outlook at pandemic era. So if we observe, the word information has been mentioned by almost all speakers, from the governor of Jakarta, the minister, right, and the two professors, meaning that information is really key, especially at this challenging time, where leaders cannot make the decision if in the absence of accurate, trustworthy, and timely information. So let's have a look what's next. Okay, so this is basically what I'm going to share with you, right? Of course, the new normal and challenges we are experiencing now, maybe in different capacity, but still, we are having this difficult moment. And there's a new term which I would like to share with all the participants, the word infodemic, right? We have pandemic, and as a consequence of that, emerged this new term, infodemic. And of course, how are we going to deal with this in order to ensure that our business can sustain, our organization can sustain, both in the private and public sectors. Okay, so basically, we all know that the most badly affected business is definitely, like mentioned by Dr. Anis, is tourism and transportation, where many airlines across the globe, right, were forced to close their businesses, right? And then we go to government. Government maybe is a bit different because we can't really see them like business entities. However, I'm sure government also struggle because when there is less income generated due to this pandemic, then they struggle. The only thing that we might not see how difficult are they now in dealing with this, right? And of course, like in academic world now, right? Primary school, secondary school, and of course tertiary education, right? We are forced into an area where we have no other options. How are we going to deal with this, right? And of course, finally, it goes down to every nook and cranny, every individual in this society, be wherever we are. Certainly, we have our own, challenges to survive. So now we feel that the world is really different now. But again, this can be improvised with the presence of accurate, trustworthy, and timely information, especially when quick decision has to be made by the management, by the leaders. So this is how we actually, respond to COVID-19 pandemic, where digital transformation has fast-tracked at hyper speed. All this while we have our plan that, depending on how much money we have, how stable is our financial in order to implement this digital transformation. Somehow with the presence of COVID-19, a lot of things has changed. Yeah, and whether required risk information available and in a form that can be used to make critical decisions with regards to organizational strategy. Yeah, we see this. And even having this session online, this is just an example of new things, that new normal that we have to adapt with. And the objective is to be better prepared for future business impacts and to improve business resilience. So this is from one of Big Four audit firms. Yeah, so meaning that how to ensure business resilience. Business refers to both the public and the private sectors. So, it is very difficult. However, there's no other option. In this situation, we have this Chinese proverb which says, when the wind of change blows, some will build wall, but some will build windmills. So it's how we react to this situation. If we look at it as threat, we should not forget that in every threat there is opportunity. So this is the time that leaders and professionals have to use data, information in order to guide the decision making. What else in this very challenging situation? And normally businesses, whether the existing framework for managing risk was sufficient to allow them to proactively recognize the impacts of COVID-19, whether the required risk information available and in a format that can be used to make critical decisions with regards to organization. So actually, again, right, it is all about ensuring their business resilience. And now, earlier this year in February, right, World Health Organization made this statement. At that time, we called it a 2019 novel coronavirus. Now we call it COVID-19, right? So the COVID-19 outbreak and response has been accompanied by a massive infodemic, which is an overabundance information, some accurate and some not. So that makes hard for people to find trustworthy sources and reliable guidance when they need it. Exactly, right? From the professional point of view, businesses, the government, and our individual citizen, how we're going to deal with this, right? Because there's so many information that come to us on daily basis, day and night, non-stop, 24 hours, 365, because of the social media. All right. So in information science perspective, we have structured data and we also have unstructured data. So through social media, most data are unstructured. So how are we going to deal with this? Because we cannot deny the benefits of social media. Right, many organizations use social media to promote the activities, to provide the services. It is a must that we should utilize it to the benefit of the organization. Now, basically, there is one model which is useful for us to see. This is called information disorder. Right, looking at this model, there are two circles here. Right, if you look at on the left hand side, that is misinformation. The middle one, all right, the overlapping section is disinformation, and the right hand side is malinformation. Now, if you look at the level at the second row here, falseness and intent to harm. So if you move to the right, the intention to lead to more harmful consequences is greater. Now, misinformation is actually unintentional mistakes such as inaccurate photo captions, date, statistics, translation, or when satire is taken seriously. That is misinformation. Whereas we have the second one, which is disinformation. So it is fabricated or deliberately manipulated audio or visual content, intentionally created conspiracy theories or rumors. That is disinformation. And we have the most risky one, that is malinformation, deliberate publication of private information for personal or corporate rather than public interest, such as revenge porn, deliberate change of context, date or time of genuine context. You know, in information, when we talk about information, one of key elements in order to ensure the authenticity of information is actually to look at the content, the context, and the structure of the information. So if we have these three genuinely components, then we can rely on this source of information. So what is happening now, right, using social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, what else, WhatsApp, and Telegram, information come to us, right, without much option for many people, right, to verify whether the information is valid or not, accurate, right or not. So this is why we say that infodemic is very risky, right? Apart from facing the actual difficulty dealing with pandemic and its consequences, then come this infodemic. So we wish people become more literate in terms of dealing with information. So this is what I explained just now, right? So in other words, right, in other words, let me move this one. Okay, misinformation is false information is shared, but no harm is meant. False connection and misleading content. This is very important, right? And this information, false information knowingly shared to cause harm. False content, imposter, manipulated, and fabricated. Yes, fabricated. You know, so especially there are many reasons why people, you know, produce this kind of disinformation. Whereas malinformation is genuine information is shared to cause harm, often by moving information designed to stay private into the public. Yes, like leaks, harassment, and hate speech. So that example make it clearer now what's the difference between these three categories. And now, why I believe that information governance and information risk management is key in order to you know, ensure that organization can still be certain about the you know, the authenticity, accuracy, and timeliness of the information, right? It becomes more crucial as a result of speedy digital transformation, data security, right? This is key whether the organization is ready or not, else they will be left behind by competitors. Yes, looking at this pandemic, how are we going to deal with it? Are we going to do just enough for us to survive? Or are we going to be at the forefront, right? To take this threat as an opportunity that we can actually be the first or the main key player in our industry. And what is information governance? Now, information governance actually has been implemented by several developed countries. And I found Estonia is among the first countries which implement information governance at the national level, right? So they define information governance as a set of processes, rules, policies, standards, and measures, which together ensure the efficient use of information and thus the achievement of an organization's goals. So to have this in the framework is very important, especially at this very challenging situation where we have no option, no better option at the moment rather than going into the digital world. Right, the government sector need to provide efficient services through digital platform. So this is why it is really important for us to ensure that accurate information is always there, and risky information, highly confidential, top secret, are well protected in our databases or our system. Because once we put our system available online, we have to be prepared to face the risk exposure, because we have hackers all the time that try to get into the system, penetrate our firewall systems. Like last time we got this ransomware, right? So the risk is really high. However, we have no option but to be prepared, right, to ensure that we can deal with the risk. Now, how can we ensure business sustainability in the pandemic area, right? So we heard from all the speakers about leadership. Agile leadership is key. We heard about VUCA, right? This model about volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And now this time really challenge leaders to apply what they learned about this. All right? They have to change the volatility by providing vision. Right? And of course, this is very important for leaders to make a very smart move or decisions. Because in information science, we have a theory which is known as knowledge spectrum. The highest level of a person who possess knowledge is by demonstrating their wisdom in terms of their decisions and actions. So now, during this pandemic time, agile leadership is about testing their capability in managing the situation, right? I remember our keynote speaker, the governor of Jakarta, did mention about leadership, right? Communication, information, right? So, and we have to be transparent above all. We cannot be transparent if we do not have information, if we manipulate information. So that's why information governance guide us with a great framework that ensure the organization can capture information, right, from their business processes in a meaningful way and trusted way. Therefore, whenever leaders need this, they can simply refer to the system or ask the system. And we have this concept of information storage and retrieval, which is very important, right? Knowledge management cannot function if information is not stored in a proper way, if records is not captured in a meaningful way that, the whole business process can be trusted, right? That is about leadership. And of course, at the national level, right, with the the emergence of data analytics, the government should commission research to map information disorder at the national level. This is to enable a better way of managing this pandemic. And for academic institution, definitely, right, there's a need for us to update our curriculum. Because of what? Because this infodemic, it seems like we become more chaotic now because of a lot of information, and we do not know which one to be trusted and what to do. Of course, academic institutions have our own responsibility in updating our curriculum to deal with this highly demanding situation, right? It could be in journalism, it could be in library and information science, and perhaps computer science as well. And I would say that, of course, public administration as well, right? So meaning that because information is everywhere, so meaning that to educate people, we have to provide human capital, right? Qualified human capital that can serve the nation by getting into the society and educate the people at large. And of course, one of the options, this suggestion, it came from the European Union Council. They suggested that one of many ways that we can reach the people is by working with libraries. In New York, there's a report saying that people go to the library now more than before, because with the usage of all this social media, and they found that the information that they receive is not or cannot be trusted. The level of its trust or authenticity is very minimal. So people go to library to get more reliable information, because it is a critical source for teaching and skills required for navigating the digital ecosystem. So then librarians, we educate them how to use this, especially social media technology, in order to ensure that they can benefit from it, not to suffer, but to benefit. And yes, the civil society. Right. So what we need to do then, we have to educate the public about the threat of information disorder, risk to society, such as sowing distrust. That is right. It is sows distrust of official sources and dividing the country. Right. I read an article yesterday about this region, the Southeast Asia region, right? The unrest situation in countries in Southeast Asia, right? So this unrest situation is partly, or maybe not really partly, right? It mainly contributed with distribution of this information disorder, right? Is within second. Now we can have the benefit of social media by having live station through social media. That is for the good thing, the good benefit to the people. But on the other hand, right, people might misuse this for their own, for their own good or for their own reason, right? And what we need to do now in Malang, I was there last year. I'm proud to see that we have this Ruang Belajar Akil, right? This is a very good example of an NGO, non-government organization, which serve the society. And I believe that the network owned by Ruang Belajar Akil, or RBA, in Malaysia, if RBA, we call it Red Bin Army. That is a different meaning, which is really contrary to this, what really meaningful service provided by RBA to the society in Malang, right? So what NGOs need to do, right? Of course, they need to expand or enhance their activities in order to educate the society. The best thing to do is by going through NGOs. And of course, these NGOs, they also need to act as broker, bring together different players in fighting information disorder. Yeah. So like the technology developers, the businesses, and the government entities, bring them together, find out solution how this situation can be overcome. And for information professionals, what we need to do, of course, information governance is the mantra, meaning that by applying this, right, a survey in United States shows that, right, companies now realize that it will be much better for them to adopt information governance in organization as compared to pre-pandemic situation, because if we are certain about the way how we govern information, we will be really certain about the content and when to access, and especially when we have to make quick decisions. And of course, with all this abundance of data, structured and unstructured data, right, from our official websites or through social media, what is needed here is what? Data security, right? Central and integrated content. And what I mentioned just now is about data analytics. So this is the time where information scientists should contribute to the nation by doing a lot of data analysis in order to see the trend. I believe that this is what has been done by many information scientists, right? Because with data, using big data and data analytic, it will be much easier for them to see the trend of this pandemic, how it spread, what are the clusters, the source. So how it spread. So this would be really meaningful, because information in FIA, Brawijaya, we have this library and information science department, and sharing the Faculty of Information Management in UITM here, we have been part of the iSchool League, the International League for Information Science Schools, right? Which frequently, focus on data analytics. That's the way forward. Focus on digital humanities. Right, this is very important field that we can contribute to the nation. And of course, in this pandemic situation, I would say that information professionals, just like other professionals, right, we have to play our role, because as a team, I'm sure that we would be able to ensure, right, the impact of this COVID-19 will be very much taken care of, and we can move forward without waiting for the vaccine to be available, because we don't know yet. But for the time being, I'm sure that businesses must go on. So how to deal with it, right? Having this kind of session is definitely one of them, where we cover the experts from various fields, from different countries, sharing our experience, and definitely, as what said by Prof. Alex and Prof. Kyon from Korea, right? How this can be done, right? So I'm sure that having this conference is the best platform, is timely for us to have a look at the options that we can have in order to ensure that we can survive, not just survive, but we can perform, right, to the maximum possible in order to gain benefit from this pandemic situation. So I guess that's all. Let me check whether I have other slide. No, this is the last slide. Okay. So thank you very much to Dr. Fadila Amin, right, for moderating the session, and all the committees as well as speakers and participants. All right. Thank you and terima kasih.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Asman, for delivering such kind of very, very good material. Yes, totally agree with the material that you just presented just then, because these very critical issues about the information governance and information risk management.
Yes.
Because currently, sometimes we were trapped in the situation it is we are not sure about the accuracy of the information we have, because some scholars say that currently we are now the journalists. We are all of us is journalists at the moment, because currently we have media. It's called social media. So it's called citizen journalism, something like this. So anytime, every time we are able to produce kind of information, whether it is reliable information or unreliable information. So that's why the information governance and information risk management is very, very crucial thing to minimize this kind of information disorder, which is you identify there are three types of information disorder, including misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. So therefore, educating civil society about the threat of information disorder is also the very information thing.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Thank you very much again for the, later on we will have maybe the further discussion.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, now we already reached the final presentation that will be delivered by the Honorable Associate Professor Andi Fefta Wijaya, PhD. Associate Professor Andi Fefta Wijaya currently is the head of Department of Public Administration, Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. He got undergraduate degree at Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya, and then got master degree at Australian National University, majoring at Development Administration, and then obtained the PhD degree at Flinders Institute, Public Policy and Management, Flinders University, Adelaide, South Australia, which is exactly same as me. All right then, as same as the previous speakers, 20 minutes time is belong to Professor Associate Professor Andi Fefta Wijaya.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Pak Dr. Amin, JNJ. Thank you.
Excellent.
To the moderator, Dr. Amin, I have 20 minutes and now start in 10:46. So I will keep on clock, yeah. I put the clock in my table. Hope there no more than 20 minutes. And I would like to thanks to the rector, the dean, the organizing committee, and also all honorable guests and plenary speakers, yeah, Professor Alex, Professor Guy, Professor Asman, and also all participants today. And let us pray to our health and fitnesses so we can follow up the session today. And my topic today is about strategic and inclusive policies for enhancing performance in the new normal in Indonesia. And my presentation outline will be divided into 5 sessions. Yeah. The first is I will tell about conceptual terminology use and theoretical standing. And also the second, overview COVID-19 in the world and Indonesia. And then move to the impact of COVID-19 in Indonesia. And then fourth, government policy response and implementation. And come in the last talking about recommended model. Okay, let my start with the first discussion, yeah, about the terminology use, the strategic policy rules in this case have a rule to coordinate, direct, and oversee the development of strategic policy in order to deliver outcome and benefit related to the organization strategic direction. So it's mean that strategic policy have a central role, yeah, because to coordinate, direct, and oversee, it's meet the tasks of the top level, yeah, in the organization. So nationally, it will be president who have power to do that, and locally, it could be like governor, yeah, like Bapak Anies just presented few minutes ago, and also wali kota, bupati, yeah, mayor, and this is have a power to do that. And the outcome and benefit, of course, we want to see, yeah, what is the outcome of the benefit that the policy have been set up, yeah, especially to the inclusive people, yeah, in this case, because the session title in our discussion today, I put it in my title presentation today, maybe as an umbrella to the class discussion after that. Yeah. And then inclusive policy, this is the policy of providing, yeah, equal access to the opportunities and resources for people who might otherwise be excluded or marginalized, yeah, such as those who have physical or mental disability and members of other minority group. Yeah. So this is the word equal access and opportunity. And there is also excluded or marginalized. Yeah. So in this case, we can put the terminology who are marginalized in our country or in our area. It could be the disabled people, it could be also the poor people, or it could be also what is it, in terms of gender, yeah, it could be also, or conflicted area, and some other areas, yeah. So this is the job of policymaker to define and also to make sure that, yeah, the policy include, yeah, the marginalized and excluded people. Yeah. And this discussion, actually, I find out, in the governance paradigm, especially the early theoretical discussion about good governance, especially in the participatory characteristic of good governance, And I see the theoretical standing position of this thema, I think very good, the organizing committee to put this theme, I think very sexy and very interesting topic, And the inclusive policy is a core discourse, in the governance paradigm of public administration. And in our public administration paradigm, as we know that we have three paradigm, start from old public administration who start in 1890, and then after that a new public management paradigm, early 1980s start, and then after that in 2000 until now, the governance paradigm come up to have a position in the academic discussion. So I look the theme today in the allocated in the governance paradigm. And governance paradigm. I think talking about at least 5 things, social political governance concern with overarching institutional relationship within society, and also public policy governance concern with how policy elites and network interact to create and govern the public process. I think the second theme, this is the core discussion today, and the other is about administrative governance with the effective application of public administration. Contract governance, this is also come up from a new public management, but still discussed in governance, but in terms of not in competition, but in partnership. And then also network governance concerned with self-organization, inter-organizational network, function both with and without, with and without government to provide public services. So if we see later in the COVID-19 discussion, we can see where is the theoretical gap that we have to put in our today discussion. I look at the old public administration paradigm still dominated, when the government still hold a central role to handle the COVID-19. Okay, especially in the participation, about the concept about participation, this is the part of inclusive policy or inclusive development discussed in the governance paradigm, especially the second mention, based in a representative democracy is to take into consideration the concern of the most vulnerable and excluded sector of society. And also in the last sentence, it is mentioned, provide a well-informed society and organized civil society, academy, and public sector in assessing performance. So I think the theme today is quite related to the paradigm discussion, especially the participatory governance, because also related to the how they can perform. Nah, performance itself is also in Indonesia a very well known concept now, including practically, not only conceptually. Jadi performance is a process of ensuring the set activity and output meet an organization goal in an effective and efficient manner. Enhancing performance itu in term of, because our title is, our theme is enhancing performance. It means the improving upon the way organization or individual currently perform. So we have perform level in this level, and then after that to enhance performance we need to improve it again. It means step again, one step or two step. Okay, we move to the new normal word, they also in the theme of the plenary session, New normal is a state to which an economic society settle following a crisis when this differs from the situation that prevailed prior to the start of the crisis. That the term has been used in relation to the financial crisis of 2007-2008. We also country around the world already use this term of new normal, but Indonesia now use it for COVID pandemic. And also the aftermath of 2008-2012 global recession also use the new normal word, and also now in COVID-19. And problem in new normal era, so we come up now to the COVID problem. COVID pandemic is an epidemic on a global level. Number of country now already reach 218. Number of people infected already about 42 million more. And number of people die about 11 million. And now, where is the Indonesian position? Quite interesting. In the top level is United States. The highest cases and the death of COVID-19 is in USA. Indonesia ranked to the world position is number 19 of the cases, but in number of the death, we are in the 16th rank. So it's mean in the number of cases, we are in the 19th position, but in the case of the number of death, this is 16. So it's mean that there is a gap. Indonesia is a number 4 of cases in Asia. In terms of death is number 3. So we see India number second rank in the world. We can see it from the list in the right side. Iran is number 13. And then after the Iraq and then Indonesia. But in case of death, we are number 3. So this is also a performance gap that we have to look. Why we have a problem in the case in the COVID-19 death. China is number 54. So you can see the virus come up from China, but now they are still in the position 54. So it's quite clear. Look, if we look China is come with safety first, health priority first. So I will come up later with the conclusion that Indonesia come with economic first, economic first priority. And this is coronavirus in Indonesia. The data show, because I will still have 7 minutes. I will speed up my presentation, because I look also the watch. And the coronavirus in Indonesia still in a worse condition, because the data show, we still go up, and not go down. And also in the early time when this pandemic come, there is an overabundance, information. We call it infodemic, both online and offline, including wrong information, misinformation, disinformation about this. And there are several impacts of the epidemic, such as overload, high burden, disruption of medical services and system. After 6 months, the pandemic come to our country or detected. 100 doctor after 6 months, 100 doctor die, and we also have a problem like a health room and facility run out. And also cure has not been found yet until now. Medical supply chains also overcrowded. And economic impact we can also see. Economic growth fall down. Minus 5.32 in second quarter of 2020, and the third quarter is predicted will be minus 2.9%. Business loss, drop on production of goods and services, drop cash flow in the market, and etc. Unemployment increase, predicted by Bappenas until 8.1 until 9.1, different with last year, the 2019 only 5%, but now almost double, yeah, unemployment. And criminality goes up from Polri, the police, national police, Indonesia National Police, is increasing, yeah, almost 40%, yeah, in this year. Tax also goes down, yeah, going down per July 2020, go down until 50%, yeah, 15% compared to the same period in the last year, yeah. So it's mean also we have a difficult situation in this case. And then community behavior also change, yeah, health, clean lifestyle, social distance, physical distance, and avoiding a crowded situation. Yeah. Industry and business sector down, and job loss. IT in internet are increasing loose. Yeah. Maybe for example, increasing use Zoom, Google Meet, like we did, what we done today. Yeah. Education, training, yeah, MICE, yeah, meeting, incentive, conferencing, exhibition, yeah, online shopping, family gathering, now highly depend on the IT. Yeah. And other impact, cancellation of sport and tournament, yeah, cancellation and avoiding traveling nationally and internationally, disruption of celebration of family, cultural and religious festival event, yeah. Also closing or limited opening of public facilities, yeah, like mall, hotel, restaurant, religious place, entertainment places, and other. Yeah. And policy response. What the government respond to the situation? Presidential Decree number 7 of 13, yeah, March 2020, concerning the task force for acceleration of the handling of coronavirus disease 2019, and other regulation, yeah, come up, yeah, including President Decree number 9 2020, give the governor authority to direct and evaluate the handling COVID-19. And there are some good policy implemented, but there are also some bad implementation, yeah, including color area zone, yeah, and also virus testing laboratory has been increased, yeah. Domestic production of health personal protective equipment also improve, and the others, yeah. And this is a state budget, yeah, handling COVID-19. If you see the state budget, many budget have been put, yeah, in the other sector, yeah, rather than healthcare. Yeah, we can see healthcare only get 75 trillion. Yeah, social protection 110 trillion, tax incentive credit 70 trillion. Yeah, stimulus SMA, ya, ini small micro and small business, ya, itu 123 trillion, ya. SOE and corporation 53 trillion, support for business to regional admin 106 trillion. So we can see, ya, in here, ya, slow policy implementation, because we have national economic recovery, pemulihan ekonomi nasional, ya. This is to handle COVID and also recovery economy. Per 1 October 2020, just executed only 45% from the total budget, yeah. So it's mean only 316 trillion from the almost 700 trillion. But now already almost the end of October. So we just need October, November, they said 2 months to spend it. So it is very slow policy implementation. And also there is a question, are there misallocation and distribution of the budget? Yeah? Miss target group, yeah, inclusive target group, marginal people, because there are some people who are not categorized included in this policy. Yeah? Economic recovery also as the Indonesian government priority. So I can conclude that economic come first, yeah, rather than health priority must come first, I think, yeah, in this situation. And new normal policy and permissive policy risks on the spread of COVID-19. Yeah. And also we see conflicted policy implementation. For example, like Governor of DKI Jakarta have a completed statement and opinion with coordinating Ministry of the Economic. Yeah. because the governor implement the large scale of social restriction, PSBB, close office complex, yeah, exception only 11 sector, but the Ministry of the coordinating Minister of Economic mentioned all office active can operate at maximal 50%. So there are conflicting opinion from the regional government and also from the national person. Nah, we come up to the end of presentation, yeah. So good governance, performance, and collaborative governance, I think, need to be called up, yeah, to handle the situation, especially collaborative and inclusive policy process, yeah, through multi-helic model to enhance performance. Because I look that government still use old public administration style or paradigm to handle this case when the government is very dominated, yeah, to handle this case. Actually, they should work together with community, business or private, academician, media, and etc. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, the presentation I can finish it on the time, yeah, so we can come up later with this discussion. But that is the model that I recommended that the government used to think about pentahelic model. This is the latest theoretical discussion in governance paradigm, and also multi-helic also can be have a discussion with that. Okay, thank you, Pak Amin. I will go back to you, and then thank you to the Tam. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Andi Fefta Wijaya, PhD, for presenting the material consisting of the general capture of condition in Indonesia after the disease hit Indonesia start around 7 or 8 months ago. And then also already mentioned about the policies released by the Indonesian government to deal with the pandemic, even though it already give some good achievement. However, on the other hand, still a lot of challenges and some downside of the policy implementation to overcome the pandemic. Thanks again, Dr. Andi Fefta Wijaya. And then before we come up with question and answer session, for a few seconds, the committee will share the screen containing the link of webinar attendance confirmation. Please have a look, and then please kindly check this webinar attendance, so your attendance will be recorded by the committee. Okay, thank you. I think it's enough. Well, we will shortly go to the question and answer session, which is as the follow-up from the presentation that is already presented by 4 speakers. Has been recorded in here. There are some questions raised from the participants. First, the first question from Pak Dodi Sahirul Alam. The first question goes to Professor Alex Brilliantes. The question is, let us know how the way of Philippines government to keep balancing on dealing coronavirus and economic recovery. Let me repeat once more. Let us know how the way of Philippines government to keep balancing on dealing coronavirus and economic recovery.
Thank you. I think that's a very important question because how do you balance that, no? And first and foremost, the national government, we have what we call an interagency task force composed of the different agencies, and they meet regularly. Communication is important, right? So they meet regularly to discuss and include the science, and even the university is involved in that. Okay, but how do you balance? Over the past few days, they began to already open up. We have all kinds of what we call uh, quarantine. Now you have the limited quarantine, expanded quarantine. Right now we're in the limited quarantine. So some of our local governments have already opened and some are still closed. Okay. So the point there is that how does one balance the economy and health? You are so right. And I think that's not only a problem for the Philippines, all over, including the United States. No? But I think what we have here is the national government providing the overall framework. But after having said that, you know, at one point the national government had this expanded quarantine, but we have some local governments that said no. Well, we can be more open, and I suggested to some mayors, well, it's really up to you because it's you guys who know the situation. That is where the autonomy that's coming, but it has to be aligned with. So there can be some tensions. Definitely, there can be some tensions. But at the end of the day, at least for me, my advocacy is at the level of the local government because they know the situation better. Okay, they know the situation. So how do you balance economy and health? That's really something that's very, very important. And I must say, at one point, no, I'm not romanticizing the situation. At one point, our Ministry of Economic Development, similar to Batanas, he resigned. He actually resigned because of some they said issues in the planning. So see, it's a very, very I guess you might call sensitive issue. But he resigned because of some policy differences.
Okay, thank you, Professor Alex. The first question is already nicely answered by Professor Alex. And then the next question goes to Professor Ki from South Korea. Excuse me, Professor Ki, are you still there? Okay, maybe Professor Ki still wait for the second, and then the next question goes to Associate Professor Asman from Malaysia. The question is, but how is the condition in regard of hoax information in Malaysia? Hoax information in Malaysia, and then how is the strategies applied by Malaysian government to deal with these issues?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
That is, really interesting question.
Yes.
Especially now because the political stability in Malaysia is not that good. So beside this pandemic, we also have this polydemic, perhaps the situation which is not that good. So now Malaysia has we call it multimedia and communication commission. So this commission oversee the way how the people in Malaysia spreading news and also fake news, so information disorder. So they came up with statistic, how many fake news actually being spread during this pandemic, and they have this on daily basis. They will put it on the website so the people can see which news is actually a hoax or also fake news, so the public can see that. But as I said in my talk, people tend to believe what has been spread through social media. If they don't spend time to check with the authoritative source, then they might believe it. And what is worse, if it leads to unrest situation. But again, we have seen quite a good progress, saying that the general public, right? Members of the public will lodge a police report if they believe that this news is fake news and is really affect the stability of the nation. They make police report, and we can see that at the beginning of the pandemic, there are a lot of these fake news hoax that make us really worried. Yeah. However, when many of these cases, right, were brought to court of law, then that reduced the number of hoax, and I think that is very important. I was expecting a question of this type as well, because social media, as you said, everyone can become journalists now, reporters, right? Whether they are trained to be a professional journalist, or they could be anyone who are school dropouts. As long as they have the gadget on hand, right? They can write anything, share anything, and they can use fake name as well. So we do not know their education background, whether they are qualified, and one thing, the drawback of the social media, right? People will comment even they are not subject matter experts, right? So this is really dangerous, because it seems like everybody knows everything, and this is not really good, because we do not know. So meaning that if we educate the public, right, they know. Even we still have, we cannot stop, right? Not everyone go to university. Yeah. But again, if we have the literacy, right, in dealing with news and fake news or information disorder in the better context, then we know how to stop. We can receive it. We cannot stop people sending that hoax to us, but we should be an agent to stop it from spreading further. Yeah, that is my response. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rasman. Yes.
You're welcome.
Yeah, always the interesting topic to be discussed about the hoax information, because Indonesia almost suffer from this issue as well.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you again, sir.
Welcome.
Again, go to Professor Key.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry for the technical problem.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No
what was the question, though?
Yes. Actually, there are two questions, but I can summarize to become one question.
Yeah.
It is about the how is the implementation of the e-policy participation to increase the productivity in terms of paradigm of governance 4.0 in the pandemic era. And also, if it is possible, could you please compare between South Korea, maybe in Indonesia, and Indonesia or other countries to easy to make it understandable?
Okay. If I understand it correctly, I would like to say that the key point for the e-policy enhancing government capacity, including productivity, is that the key topic in our seminar, in our session, is that strong and effective and strong and commitment. I mean, strong leadership with a consistent manner is very much important. Okay. So, and then I would like to say that good policy approach. What is good policy? Is that effective policy approach. So to have an effective policy approach, we need to consider about the policy analysis based on effectiveness and efficiency and equity. And third one I would like to emphasize is that smart infrastructure. In the area of fourth industrial revolution, it is, we have to strongly consider about the strong smart devices, smart governance, and smart transformation, and smart infrastructure. So the way I gave in Korean, COVID-19 crisis is that first one is that a strong leadership at the era of Park Chung-hee, when he did the economic miracle in the 1960s and 1970s, was a huge foundation for this policy success. Second one is that he gave the role insurance coverage to all the people. Third one is that when the Korean e-government and smart government and smart test kit is with the smart infrastructure was very effective to tracing who are confirmed and who did not confirm. So what I'm arguing is that leadership and good governance and smart device is the kind of preliminary conclusion. I'm very glad it is consistent with Professor Alex's argument in his paper. So I think it's same as Dr. Osman's information science and also Professor Andy's public administration approach. So this is a basic copy. About Indonesia, I don't know much about the Indonesia situation, but I have a video conference class with the UGM and Padjara and UI. So I believe that maybe Indonesian context is large population and many island and diverse situation, and then West, West is a rich area relatively, and then whereas East area is a little bit remoted and less developed. So using this kind of geographical and country context, one thing clear for me is that smart device and smart infrastructure or mobile approach is much more important than other countries. So I'd like to recommend a smart infrastructure. I know the President Joko Widodo is emphasizing about business approach as well as smart government. So in that regard, what I can recommend is that local as well as central, we need to develop more about smart infrastructure and smart government approach. That's the all that I can share.
Okay, thank you. We move on to the next question. It goes to Associate Professor Andi Fefta Wijaya from Sekar Akila Salsabila. What kind of public service that should be implemented in pandemic era to increase the tax income?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Pak Amin. Jadi I also read the chat ya. There are two questions from Sekar and also from Dr. Andi, the same name with me. And very good question from Sekar about how to increase tax income, because tax income in our case this year already decreased. In the 6 months from January to July, we already decreased about 15% to compare with the same period last year. So if we calculate again next until this October or until this December, it could be double. Now the problem is usually every year we get improvement in terms of tax, and tax is the majority source of our national budget. Jadi tax ini memang the biggest part of our national budget. Contribute to the national budget. So I think because the current transaction of services, people services using technology, I think there is a chance, there is opportunity to increase tax in terms of we use many tools like e-banking, e-payment, electronic payment, electronic transaction, because if we pay by using electronically, tax can detect the transaction. So it can contribute to the national taxation income. But if you pay cash, tax rather difficult to detect, the cash payment. So otherwise, if you are honest, yeah, and report it, yeah, to the government, and you will pay tax for that one. But there is a chance, yeah, to increase tax income, because now the abundant transaction, yeah, electronically. So this is a good chance to have a tax on that one. Yeah. And then also there from Dr. Andi, also a question about new normal, yeah, versus new habits, yeah. Maybe I answer directly, Pak Amin, ya, bisa saya
Yes, yes,
directly, ya,
will be efficient.
ya. About new normal, very difficult to implement a new normal, especially new habit, yeah, new habit in the rural area, because I agree with you, because it is not easy to change a habit, yeah, especially to the rural people who they are usually familiar with what they live usually, yeah. So that's why in terms of inclusive policy, I think, yeah, if we have Amin, sorry Pak Amin, lost contact, ya.
Oh, it's fine. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, exactly. Excellent.
Okay, thank you. Because
Keep going.
okay, I will follow up, ya, continue. Because of the new habit, this is also difficult to change in the rural area, yeah, because I think the most important thing that we also have a policy to include rural area as a target, especially if we have a data, yeah. For example, case of transmission heavily occur in the rural area, yeah, and also open up a new COVID area in the rural area. They cross to the new rural area, and then develop new apa itu in our government we have red color, yeah, and then yellow color and green color, yeah. But now all across Indonesia, yeah, including in the rural area, almost all get red color. So it's mean that we also must concern with the local area, especially rural, yeah, how to prevent them from the transmission of this, and also the impact of the COVID area to their activity, economically, socially, culturally, yeah. So this is, I think, need a specific inclusive policy to them, yeah. But I list the policy that I put on the table in my presentation, yeah. Mostly the policy is concentrate in the economic sector, and also especially related to the person or people related to the industry and etc. Yeah, including they use also the data from PKH. Yeah, PKH itu from Ministry of Social, and also I comment, yeah, about 2 or 3 weeks ago in the national newspaper, yeah, there is a problem of target group, yeah, defining target group, yeah. I think there is not fair enough, yeah, because some marginal people not included in that case, yeah. People who lost their job, and people who lost their income, and also become unemployment because of the current situation, not on the list, yeah. So that's why I give comment that one in the national newspaper, yeah, about a few weeks ago. I think that's all, yeah, Pak Amin, yeah. I think that is my answer, yeah. Return back to you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Andi. So I think it's already satisfactory answer from Dr. Andi Kartawijaya. And then the next question goes to Professor Alex again. So it is from Pak Sayuti Aswat. The local government have strategic role in pandemic situation. The question is how to collaborate between local government and central government to overcome COVID-19.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important point. But like I said, as I said earlier, I think national government should have a broad plan. I mean, you know the book Reinventing Government, when they come up with the plan. But in terms of implementation, the contexts are different. It's not one size fits all. That's why, as pointed out by our governor earlier, constant communication and transparency is very, very important. Because number two, I think it's within that context, and if I might jump into the conversation with my friend Andy, right? And at this point, it's really very important that we change our attitudes. In fact, I'd like to show you a book of Dr. Gee. Dr. Gee, are you listening? This is your book that I'm using in the Philippines. It's a very good book. He's really the guru for e-government, and he talks about the importance of strategy. But let me mention, Dr. Gee, we have to bridge the digital divide, right? The digital divide is very wide, right? But as we're bridging it, we're actually widening it. In the Philippines, you're talking about conducting classes online. But as you said, in the rural areas, some people don't even have electricity, no computers and all that. So as we are bridging it, we're actually widening it. That's the paradox, I think, of the digital divide. How do you change so this is where the national government should come in and really invest. For me, that's really the paradox of the digital divide. But if I might just very, very quickly, in changing that, in the tax question that was raised on Andy, tax, you know what, I totally agree with him. Because the less people go to the city hall, and the more they do it online, the better. And we have actually a project in the Philippines right now where we're doing what we call AODB, ease of doing business, and we're trying to do it online. Again, going back to what Dr. Gee mentioned, changing the attitudes, because many of us are afraid to go online, that we might be cheated, etc., etc. So I think this is very, very important. And thank you for that question about the important role of national government. National government certainly has a role, but in terms of contextualizing it, no one size fits all. Terima kasih banyak.
All right, then. Thank you, Professor Alec, for answering the question. Well, the next question is for Professor Gee. Yes. During this pandemic situation, Indonesian government tend to implement top-down approach to speed up the overcome the pandemic. So the question is, does the South Korea government also implement top-down approach or top-down policy during this pandemic? Please.
Thank you very much. I think this is very insightful question. Actually, I gave the type in the real texting, but I talk again.
Okay.
Korean approach is not only top-down approach. Of course, Korean central government is very strong, and Korean CDC has a full authority and full legitimacy to implement, to find some confirmed cases. In that regard, it is top-down. But on the other hand, we provided registration to give the full authority to the local government and local entities. So at the field, local government has a full authority and full power to cooperate with other agencies to cooperate to find out and fight against the corona pandemic. So as Professor Alex mentioned, collaborative governance with the public and private, as well as central as local, I think it is very important. Rather than just one side, the top-down and strong command and control, and like old paradigm, like Professor Andy mentioned, old public paradigm, only command and control is bureaucracy. But time is changed, so citizen is already very smart enough. So it is not necessary top-down can cure all. So this is the message for me.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Gee. And then the next question is for Dr. Asman. Yes. Currently, Malaysia is suffer from the third wave of pandemic. Is it correct?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, okay. So the question is this condition partly because of hoax information, or to what extent the role of the contribution of hoax information to make the pandemic worse?
Okay. All right. Thank you for asking the question. This is quite tricky, but being academic, right? Being academic. Now, the third wave, relatively, the population of Malaysia is much smaller than Indonesia, right? However, looking at this, I will. Looking at this situation now is it's not because of hoax, but this one mainly contributed by one, what we call this election in one state. If you know Sabah state in Borneo, yes, there was one state election. So that election is actually the main contributing factor to the drastic increase of number of COVID-19 cases in Malaysia. Now, previously in the first phase, we had about 100 to 300 number of cases per day, and then we managed to lower it to very small number, 2-digit, and even 1-digit, 1 case per day, right? However, after this state election, where politicians from Kuala Lumpur, from Peninsular Malaysia, they went there for campaigning, right? Despite advice that we have to minimize travel and social distancing. However, in that situation, campaigning, political parties campaign, you can't really do that. It's almost impossible. Of course, people kept saying that. However, looking at the situation, we know there's no social distancing, right? And then came that election day, and after that, then we see the impact within 2 weeks after the election conducted there. Now, the third wave, really drastic number. At one point we reached 800 something, which was never happened before. So this is hoax will remain there, the number of hoax. But people, it depends on, like, the biggest hoax, like, in the United States, when Donald Trump says, hydrochlorine is the solution to COVID-19, or COVID-19 is just, a flu as other flus, right? That kind of hoax or misinformation, really bad, because that affect the people, because they believe, really, because it came from very highly influential person. Like in Malaysia, hoax is at a very controllable manner. People don't really believe in hoax anymore, just very minimal, but people don't really affected or influenced by that. However, the big number of COVID cases now is mainly because of the movement of the people who actually went to Sabah for that election, came back to Kuala Lumpur and Peninsular Malaysia, other states here, then spread it, right? So this is a situation which I think, politicians are always politicians, right? Sometimes they think they know better than others, than experts, right? They forgot to engage professors, academics who know better than them, right? But the ones who struggle behind them are the public administrators, right? The senior civil servant who work like there's no tomorrow in order to come up with solution how to improvise the situation. So if you ask the question in short, my answer is not because of a hoax, but because of the the attitude of mainly politicians, which I think now the people in Malaysia are getting tired because of politicians. Not all, but many of them in this very challenging time, and they're busy talking about their individual political survival, which is so unfortunate. I hope that I answered that question.
Well, thank you very much. I think it's closely related, similar to Indonesian condition in Indonesia. Yes. Okay. Very interesting answer. Anyway, thank you again. And then I think it is the last question goes to Dr. Andi Fefta. So the long question actually, but hopefully you can answer it within 1 or 2 minutes. Yes. How can the nation respond in the short term to keep all people safe and the economic afloat? What policy could help all of us recover in a way that is inclusive and equitable? And how can families and communities become more resilient to global health, economy, climate, and other shocks, even as we seek to prevent them from happening again? A bit a long question, but hopefully it can be clarified within a couple of minutes. Please, Dr. Randy.
Thank you, Pak Amin. Okay. Especially when we talk about inclusiveness and also about equality, those terms really related to the accessibility and opportunities. Yeah. So in this case, we must look at whether the current policy give access and opportunity to the rest of people who not attached in the policy target. I list already what the government plan to do with 700 trillion in the table of list. And there are some big question because some target group cannot get access on the list. For example, as I said that three weeks ago, I give comment to the national newspaper, and then I share my opinion to my family group, friend, and come up with some opinion. I am a single parents, woman single parents, and I work for my 2 kids. And this is not stable job, and I am not listed in the Ministry of Social, and now I lose my job. How can I feed my kid? And I also not attached to the list of social ministry, but the policy, the current policy is already fixed, and this I see the very top-down style of policy, and not open up the opportunity for the people who are marginalized, and then also have no to also involve, to also can get the spare of money to continue their life. Not only them, many other target who send me their opinion. And I think IT, what the Professor Gi specialist in this term, is very important in the current situation. To solve the service problem and also to get income back. Because the transaction of Indonesian people are still there. They still need to buy food, they still need to buy beverage and etc. Just slow down the level. The emergency, they will do it. But the transaction still there. So how we can improve the income? This is also need IT to solve that. So that's why I think the future, I think I very agree about smart governance, smart technology, smart city, and etc. I think this is very helpful tool. And but again also decentralize the decision to the people, like the Professor Alexei. Decentralize decision to the hand of the people who are marginalized and feel not attached to the regulation. Otherwise, there is no choices from them. If there is no choices and there is only one direction from the government, how can they live from the current situation? So this is what I see. I also learned from Prof. Asman, from Malaysia. I think we have the same problem like that. So I think this is the solution, like collaborative governance. We involve people locally, in the pentahelic model or multi-helic model. This is the tool that we absorb more access of an opinion to the people. So they come up also the one cycle to us, to talk together what we can do for them, as long as we open up the access to them. And this is Pak Amin, I think, from me. Thank you. Return back to you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Andi. All right, the distinguished speakers and also participant audiences. We already nearly 4 hours together in this forum, virtual forum, with a very great and insightful discussion regarding the current situation under the pandemic situation. So we can sum up with some general conclusion that is, pandemic is very complicated and very complex. That's why to overcome this situation, collaboration is needed, both collaboration between internal bodies in governmental institution, and also collaboration between government and other external bodies such as private sector, civil society, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much for your contribution, particularly for the distinguished speakers. Professor Alex, thank you very much. Professor Ki, thank you very much. Where is she? Where is the city you are living now, Professor Ki?
Seoul.
Oh, Seoul. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought it is outside of Seoul or maybe other city or something. Okay. Hopefully shortly we can meet in person or something to have a more collaboration between, maybe institutional collaboration between Brawijaya and the university where you work, or maybe in other form of collaboration.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. And also Dr. Asman, Isa, thank you very much for your great contribution from the beginning, from this morning until this afternoon. And last but not least, Associate Professor Andi Feftawijaya, also thank you very much for your contribution. That's all. I think hereby our discussion is officially closed, and I am Fadilah Amin. Apologize for any mistake and any something inconvenience. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to the committee.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's a really interesting discussion. But to the limited time, we have to end our webinar today. So ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the last session, that is closing. But before we close the webinar, I'd like to thank to all speakers for delivering their brilliant ideas, and thank you so much to all participants and committee who participated in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to give our highest honor and respect to the late of Professor Dr. Suhadak MEC and all of our lecturers who have left us earlier for their dedication and passion in developing knowledge through faculty, university, and conference.
William Arthur Ward once wrote, "The ordinary teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the superior teacher demonstrates, the great teacher inspires." And Professor Dr. Suhada certainly on the top crown. His leadership, mentorship, and guidance were beyond academic life. His presence also makes them a better person. Professor Dr. Suhada will be missed by so many, but his figure will always forever in our hearts. Most of us could end up with no more than 5 or 6 people who remember us. But surely, Professor Dr. Suhada would have thousands of people who remember him for the rest of their lives.
I have known him for the first time since I was here in Faculty of Administrative Science. Prof. Suhada always shared his precious spirit for others among students and lecturers. His dedications for creating qualified education and networking are priceless. especially for the sustainability of AICoBPA annually is hosted by Faculty of Administrative Science, Brawijaya University. Thank you, Prof. Suhada. Your value and message will be remembered by us.